grab somebody's attention. That's all we need. Just enough time to plant a little seed. And then everything else does the rest. But yeah, I'm actually going to my first stand-up show this Saturday, so I'm kind of excited.
Hopefully there's a good comedian, because it is when you have a good comedian.
I know. I'm hoping.
Hello, thank you for calling the Reward for Gravity hotline. If you believe to be right about gravity, press 1. If you believe the experts have figured everything out, press 2. If you are mechanically inclined and are able to manufacture a quantity of gravity, press 3. If a straight line is curved, press 4. If the horizon is not horizontal, press 5. If you trust the authorities, press star 68. If you know everything about everything, press pound star comma 3 pound 9999 star pound 33. Thank you for calling.
If you think you've seen curvature out an airplane window, hang up now.
I love it. I love it. We need that to be a soundbite. That needs to be a soundbite, you guys. Go ahead, Dave.
Globe Believers Anonymous hotline. I like it.
Nice.
And here I am trying to press 4 because straight lines are definitely curved, so it's not working.
Damn it. What's wrong with this phone?
That's what I was thinking, Sonny.
Gotta be the phone. What's wrong with this phone?
But there can't
Can
be
you make
anything
that
wrong.
into a
There's nothing
soundbite?
wrong with the phone because just the mere existence of the phone means that we live on a globe.
Doesn't it though? I know.
Of course, bro. What do you mean?
Yeah, that's the latest. That's the latest proof. Cell phone means globe Earth.
It's amazing how many Globe Believers there are. They don't actually know what they believe. It's amazing.
Mm-hmm. They come here so we can tell them. They come here so we can tell them what they believe.
I'm gonna have to bother you at a future date, Sonny, about that hotline skit you got going on. I love it. It should be a soundbite.
Cool.
Yes, please. Love
Maybe
it.
I'll make one.
I love it. I think we need more of that to like break the ice and when people get all wound up or whatever.
Yeah, that's a good idea. A little distraction.
And then we could be back to your regularly scheduled program.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes we need that little break like that, so a little intermission. Stuff gets kind of heated, and it's almost time for a redirect, So that's a good little interlude in there. Have something funny in there. Now a message from our sponsor.
The No Glober Left Behind program.
Right.
We have a hotline. No matter where you are on the flat plane, it's your answers and concerns are only a phone call away.
Commercial break, that would be really funny. Sonny, you just gave me that idea.
Commercial break.
Yeah.
Put together a couple commercials.
Now a message from our administrator. Have Indio come in, have a little soundbite.
Happy commercials. I love it.
Now a message from Earth.
Oh man, I'm going to have to figure out this soundboard thing. This is too much fun. Okay, I think I can. Yes.
I think I can.
Well,
I
mean, I told myself HTML way back in the day with MySpace. I had a pretty kicking page, so if I can figure that out, I can figure this out.
Absolutely. Nice.
Yeah. Service message from a body of water. I'm laying flat right now. Thank you.
You're not floating around a curve, are you? Because we wouldn't need to go to a water park. That'd be pretty
No, I'm
neat.
seeking equilibrium like water always does. It's right there in your face.
Okay, so I rewatched that segment of Fast Times at Ridgemont High where Mr. Hand is confronting Spicoli, and Spicoli says, I don't know. And then Mr. Hand walks up to the chalkboard and he writes down some words and it says, I don't know. And he says it out loud. He says, I don't know. And then he chuckles to himself. He's like, I'm going to keep that up there all day, giving you full credit, of course.
Yeah, it's really funny. They made a movie about my friends, all my friends.
Oh, they were
High,
surfer dudes?
that high school is Venice High
Right.
School. I had a bunch of friends that were in that high school.
Oh, that's so weird. I wish I could say that about Wayne's World, but there was literally one flash or two in a scene where it was supposed to be in Aurora, Illinois. It was kind of disappointing. So I'm glad you had a more cool experience with that. But yeah, I'm gonna have to write that down, transcribe that. That's pretty funny. But yeah, I want to do a soundboard. Because, yeah, all you need is an extra device, but really, I need to visualize this whole me having a desktop thing again. It's been too long. Need to get organized. Set up my battle station. That's a good, I'm going to write that down. The battle station.
And where can you find all this spectacular space food? At Spacey's. Now with our new Raditz menu. Spacey's. It's good food in space.
Hey,
Oh, wow.
What is that?
we have space. What, Dave?
Space, baby.
Well, we have space apples now. They're actually called cosmic apples. Pretty cool, huh?
What?
Maybe we should thank Elon Musk for that too. Thank God for Elon Musk! Giving everybody in the world internet. Isn't that nice of him?
Go, Elon. He's going to save the world, I guarantee it.
All praise Elon Musk.
He's a real man of genius.
He sure is. Oh no.
Even shot a car into space.
That was the most amazing thing when that happened. It was incredible. A convertible, even. Ah, so cool.
Himself. What did you think of the authenticity of that car in space, Sir Elon?
What did he say? It looks so fake. That's how you know it's real.
I think it looks so ridiculous and impossible.
Thank you, Elon. I caught CB away for a second there. My bad.
Well, besides it being a conspiracy to begin with, there was kind of a little mini conspiracy within that. I don't know. You guys could probably speak on this more than me, but I do recall Jeranism did a live chat on his channel when that actually came out. And he talked about how they edited a live recording. Not his channel, but whatever NASA or Elon Musk channel it was that showed the convertible going to space. Because they forensically analyzed the video. And then they're like, oh, what is this? What? So, yeah, there was a lot of talk about that. It was kind of exciting, actually.
I remember I was even watching live, and there was a rocket going off, and that was on YouTube live. And they screwed up. They showed two identical I think there were landings simultaneously on the screen, but then when you watch the YouTube version the next day or two, they went back, edited it, fixed that, but kept
Right.
the live status. Well, then it wasn't live, and that goes
Right.
against all YouTube standards. You can't do that, otherwise it's not live.
Yeah.
But
Certain
somehow,
people get to, though.
yeah,
Yeah, it was about there was like one frame or something that was captured by Jeranism's team or whatever, the group community. I can't recall to say for sure, but yeah, it looked like a backdrop on a stage, if memory
It was
served me correctly.
oh, I remember that.
Yeah, that's
yeah,
what
it
I
was.
was referring to.
It's a quick
I was
flicker. Yeah.
I was watching that live, and yeah, they had the same landing pad for both. Like they were
Yep.
just delaying slightly the two rockets that they said that they had cameras on. It was just a slight delay of one rocket engine that they were claiming were two, and they came down onto the same pad, but then they somehow went back and edited the live version to have one pad be black and one be white or whatever.
Yeah.
Oh, we should refer to the ISS as the IFS, the International Fake Station. Credit to Orion, if nobody else has thought of that before. I like it. Although, IFS. So is this what I just did? Was that a little trolly? I mean, because if it is, I should be, I don't know, fair game. Hopefully it's not. But anyone who like really believes in what they show us is happening up there, they really don't know what scientism is. So that's a concern. People are having these belief systems and they don't even know what they are, their belief systems. You know, like something out of nothing. It's like, come on, man. That is not logical. But yeah, we could talk a long time on
Don't
that.
even know what their model is. You know, they have no idea what they really profess.
Yeah, I might just have to investigate these jokes about fallacies.
Still a robot.
No, actually.
I was going to agree with Jay either. If people knew the mental gymnastics that they would necessarily have to do to maintain their globular belief, they would let it go.
Mm-hmm.
If they had
Yeah.
common sense. But most people don't understand all the mental gymnastics they have to do to maintain it. But, you know, that's what we're here for, I guess.
Well, I guess it matters if you are just ignorant or if you're willfully ignorant.
Yes, good point.
Yeah,
I mean, if you're
notice a lot of
ignorant, that's okay. We can fix that. But we can't fix the willfully ignorant. Anyway, whoever was trying to talk, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say some of them are so ignorant that there's no way to fix it, even though they're not willfully ignorant.
Well, maybe.
I
To
definitely
be
hope.
fair, I just go ahead, dude.
No, I just said I definitely hope I'm wrong, but please continue on.
Well, to me, this is my opinion that it's about how much time someone invests into whichever type of answers they're seeking. You know, I talk to people all day long in town, And a lot of people, they'll say, oh, I'm stupid. I said, well, I don't think so because it just depends on how much attention you're putting into it. So people have a wrong understanding about what they are. And it's no surprise because they think they know where they are, but they don't even know that they don't have any idea. That's kind of weird. So you just have these people floating around like dandelion seeds or some shit, I don't know. Or like the Sims. You know, like if we don't have biscuits, oh, it's a crisis. We don't have cans, biscuits in a can. Like, really? Why are we having this conversation?
Because
Why would you
So
have
biscuits in a
canned
can
frustrating.
prove a
biscuits in
globe.
another can?
Wait, what?
Biscuits in a can prove globe.
Well, you know what else there isn't any of is cat food in a can, and I think dog food too. But it's about the lid, like some
Biscuits
plant
and
or something.
gravy.
Coincidence.
Biscuits and gravy.
All right, so CB puts on the text. Today I realized that I didn't understand what sunk cost fallacy meant all my life. Oh well, too late to do anything about it now.
Well, you could prove flat Earth with a glass of water. It lies flat, and
Oh,
if most
right.
of
Okay,
the
but
Earth
this
is
is the
water,
thing. Lemon, this is what we were talking about before you came in. We were talking about maybe FE commercials, or we were talking about like fallacy jokes. Well, jokes about fallacies, or whichever way you want to say it. So it's to draw people into the topic, and then, if they're seekers, they'll find their way. That's kind of the idea behind it for me, anyway.
I was trying to learn a little more about the appeal to authority fallacy. So I asked a music professor.
Mm-hmm.
well, we do need authorities. I mean, authorities are necessary. I guess people say, can we appeal to any authority for any subject? And of course, we can, as long as the credentials are
Skepticism.
satisfied. But it's appealing to the authority of power, like this popular person believes this, or this person I like believes this, and I'm going to believe it based off of the authority of their power, their charisma, or their position in society, as opposed to, their logical argument, or seeing if they're really an expert in the relevant field.
Well, if they can demonstrate it, that's what we're talking about in here, right?
Right.
So it's just a simple what is the earth? And from what we've been talking about, it seems pretty obvious that it's a stationary topographical plane because we're seeing too far, seeing stuff we shouldn't be seeing. And most people don't know what they're talking about when they bring up refraction. They're just talking about debunk videos they watched. IJS.
Yeah. We show people flat observations all the time, but they have a paradigm or a framework that they've already committed to that they interpret those flat observations through. They say, yeah, it looks flat, sure, but it's refraction. Yeah, it looks flat, but you haven't seen enough of it to really say that compared to this, pretty fake NASA blue marble photo. And so it's not just, what is, it's the interpretation of what is or what you're being presented, the paradigm, the framework of interpretation. That's why a lot of this gets very philosophical. We're seeing the same flat land, the same stuff, but they're interpreting what they're seeing through a very particular lens and saying, I see this just like you do, but I'm going to interpret it this way versus how you interpret it. It's like I think his name Thomas Kuhn. He wrote about how paradigms shift in science and stuff like that, and he said there's no such thing as a paradigm neutral observation. There's not just this observation that you're like, here's this observation without any prior framework or any prior way of looking at it or interpreting it. Here, interpreted in this paradigm neutral way without appealing to any other story, any other narrative, any other way of interpreting it. So eventually you have to talk about the paradigms and the framework by which people interpret stuff before you can even go forward with certain discussions about the shape of the earth, philosophy, whatever. Because otherwise we're going to see the same flat stuff. And we're going to have two totally different versions of the stuff based off of what paradigm we've already committed to interpret what we see.
Would it ever make sense to say, I see this and you interpret it that way? Or wait, maybe I think I got my words mixed up there.
I think I get what you're saying, and that's a start, yes.
Yeah, like we both see the same thing, but I just see it, and you think it's like a riddle, and you got to unravel the riddle, and the riddle doesn't really mean what you see.
Oh, yes. That's why it helps to give people a new paradigm. Say that it doesn't have to be a hump of earth curve that's blocking what's beyond. We could talk about how compressed visual angle leads to a horizon that could form over even a flat surface with no obstruction.
Doesn't people like that get institutionalized?
Institutionalize?
When you
sent to the
start
loony
acting
bin.
crazy and saying crazy things out of
Well,
reality.
Well, I mean, when you're saying somebody's crazy or institutional or whatever, you're saying there's some problem with how they interpret reality. If you address the problem that they do or do not have with interpreting reality, that's one thing. But if they're not interested in addressing it, that's another.
The funny thing is, I think Gemsy's right, but just in regards to other subjects throughout life, like if you say, we're talking mostly about what we see with our eyes, because we don't normally hear the earth being flat or hear the earth being curved. You don't use your ears for that. But, like we do institutionalize people for hearing voices. So it's like, and they're not hearing these damn voices and not seeing the curve. So they're kind of one and the same.
Well, even what we think reality is another framework or another paradigm. AKA, do you believe that there's such a thing as a creator that made reality, or is it just atheistic, materialistic, natural laws that explain everything? Once you commit to one worldview or another, you're going to be more likely to believe somebody that says, hey, I saw a ghost or I have a spirit, or you're going to be less likely to believe it and try to explain it away vis-a-vis your prior commitment or your prior paradigm. So when you call somebody crazy, you're kind of already saying you need to interpret reality in this way or in this context. Otherwise, you're going to be deemed, irredeemable. So even that is a framework or a paradigm that involves a high degree of commitment and a high degree of philosophy even. What is reality? What is not part of reality? What is an acceptable observation? What is not an acceptable observation? What's an acceptable way to process this information? What is not an acceptable way to process this information?
Since we live in the spinning globe and it came out of the Big Bang and billions of years, and therefore we have evolution. Now we have these things flying in the air that can get you sick, so we have to give you jibby jabs, and then there you go. This is true. This is reality. And I'm not crazy. I'm just telling you, it's true.
Yes. And the thing is, the ultimate place that leads to with, the Big Bang and stuff that says stuff like consciousness comes from something that is unlike consciousness, inert dead materials, is basically very magical thinking. magic is basically saying like is coming from something that is totally unlike it, or you're having power from something that normally doesn't have the power to make an event come to pass. Even that's a paradigm or a framework to interpret things in, because when I point a pencil at, a piece of paper, it doesn't, catch on fire. When I say abracadabra, the pen doesn't normally have the power to cause that. But we kind of say something similar with the Big Bang, with, consciousness coming from something that's totally unconscious, like inert chemicals, inert dead matter. And so ultimately, with that sort of philosophical trajectory, you're going to get very magical thinking that could become very, mystical.
Well, and if you don't go with my magical thinking, you're the crazy one.
Yeah. Yeah. We try to limit this by saying this only has so much causative power. Even that's a framework or a paradigm, or I guess you could say even a faith-based declaration. Have we seen all of reality? No. But normally when we point a pen at something, it doesn't just catch fire when you say abracadabra. Not unless we're talking about something supernatural. So if the Big Bang is ultimately saying something like comes from unlike, well, then you're going to be pushed into increasingly mystical and possibly magical thinking. What is the causative power of a bang? Normally, when I see a bang of any sort, a rapid expansion of matter, heat, and energy, aka an explosion, it doesn't have the power to create anything. It has the power to destroy and cause disorder and entropy, but not order. So already with the starting premise, they call the rapid expansion of heat and energy not an explosion, just an expansion, but arose by any other name, it still arose. It's still, an expansion of heat and energy based off of my experience. I would need to see a creative expansion that's not destructive. And if I haven't seen that, then I'm going to need to assume on faith that this thing occurred, since my experiences don't show that sort of rapid expansion of heat or energy doing anything but blowing things to bits and destroying them.
Yeah, it seems like that could be like another one of those three questions, but just one you ask much further down the line of the heliocentric model, being critical of it. Like, have you ever observed or demonstrated an explosion creating anything?
And the answer to that is obviously no. The point of science and stuff like that is to have an explorable framework based off of preconditions that we kind of assume on faith and conditions that we've seen before. We have a body of data that shows that rapid expansions of heat and energy, aka explosions, are destructive. Based off of you saying a similar process happened with the Big Bang, how can we explore that and know that that's the case, since explosions, in our experience, tend to lead to destruction? We would have to assume what you say on faith, since that's not normally what we see, or have a different level of causation than what we normally see. And if we're trying to get rid of these faith-based systems like religion, talking about rational, explorable science, but don't have an explorable framework that lets us see what is the case based off of our past experience or whatever, we're going to need to resort to faith anyway and have a sort of faith-based religion in a way, regardless. It's still going to be the same thing. I have to have faith that this rapid expansion of heat and energy and explosion created stuff despite the evidence to the contrary in my everyday life. It's going to be quasi-religious at that point. So why aren't we just talking about religion or something faith-based or spiritual or supernatural?
Well, you're missing that if you give this explosion enough space and time, space-time, it will eventually create order. When you add gravity into the equation too.
Yeah.
That just sounded like a bunch of nonsense, doesn't it?
What?
A big explosion given enough time or space would create order? And then throw in gravity?
You add
What?
gravity.
You just don't understand how space-time curvature works. Jimsy's right.
It's too complicated for you guys. So complicated that I cannot explain it. You guys can't get it, but that's how it is.
Well, maybe I am stupid and I just don't know as much as these, physicists, or maybe they're just BSing me. Maybe they're giving me a bunch of esoteric nonsense that I have to accept on faith, the faith of their expertise or whatever. I mean, can you give me an explorable option that lets me know whether this is the case or not? Even if I wanted to have faith in what you're talking about, can you show me an experiment where an explosion created something? I mean, how much faith do I have to have here? Versus something that's knowable and explorable based off of what I've at least already accepted.
First, we gotta teach it to the children and promote it to the masses, and then we can have this conversation.
We're asked to believe that this stuff is ultimately knowable, sure, but can they deliver? Can they put up or shut up? Or are we being asked to have a high degree of faith here where there may or may not be delivery? Can they show something like this? Can they show planets whirring around in a lab, or do they come out with excuses about the Earth's gravity being so great you can't really demonstrate it in a lab? I mean, cool story, bro, but it sounds a little fishy.
Probably so metal largs. We have to get out of this reference frame to demonstrate things, but believe us, we'll be all right.
But you gotta remember, you're not a space rocket scientist.
Well, not everything in science, so called, is demonstrable. Sometimes it's a chain of reasoning, rational reasoning, where they ask you to infer a necessary consequence for their thought experiments and theory. They say you can see a weight kind of deviate a little bit in a Cavendish like observation, and they're asking you to make that jump and say that this force, they call it gravity, automatically pulls everything into a ball shape. Now, do we have to make that many jumps? Do I actually agree with you when you say that stuff? Or are you asking me to make a bunch of jumps that are unnecessary? I mean, what if there's some sort of other force in play other than this ball making, gravity making, whatever? What about
Then you're a heretic.
electromagnetism? Or yeah. I mean, it seems like you're trying to sneak in there the explanation of why you think it's a ball, but it doesn't necessarily follow. Could we go down another chain of reasoning if you're basing this off of logic and rational, idealized theory? Could we go down another thought experiment track, possibly?
Yeah, but the spinning globe makes sense.
I mean, a flat plane does make a lot of sense in that, it looks like when you spin stuff like a pizza, it tends to flatten out. It doesn't tend to keep its shape unless it's already solid. Now, if you talk about something molten like a pizza pie crust or like a liquid, it tends to flatten out upon spinning. So maybe we're being a little contradictory in that we're already assuming it has this kind of solid round shape when most molten stuff like the lava, star Earth would tend to flatten out, not take the shape of a ball.
Yeah, but when we look at the stars and we see the two rotation points, the Polaris and the South Celestial Pole, we see that it's a spinning globe.
Oh, that's a very cool story, bro. Did you see this demonstration of concept from the Spanish dude who showed a whirl and a counter whirl under a hemispheric glass dome over what appears to be an otherwise flat surface? It looks like it could work on something flat if you have some sort of refractive, glass dome or a thick atmosphere to warp and distort the star trail, don't you think? I don't know if the ball would be necessary at that point.
Yeah,
Why don't we start an agency?
The stars do stay at the globe. Sorry, go ahead.
Why don't we start an agency to push this narrative, and we could pay ourselves $3 million an hour? Anyone in for that?
Ooh, NASA.
Sure.
Make it for
Hey,
me. I'm on board.
You know, NASA could give some of their yearly income into, you know, some third part or some independent party, like group of people that want to explore or do something. They could provide a lot of that money to do something that doesn't necessarily agree to what we do. You know, like, I don't know. They have a lot of money. They could
What
give
about
some of that money
Kickstarter?
for people that actually want to get stuff done.
How dare you try to tell NASA how to spend their money? That's pretty presumptuous of you, Jimsy. Shame on you.
What about a Kickstarter?
Kickstarter.
Well, some of my
That might be
friends,
possible,
CIA
but
friends, got some Blackwater operations that need funding.
that's just
Maybe
dream.
they
That's
could
just
funnel
some
some.
dreaming thinking, I guess.
Yo, 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 what's up?
Maybe.
What's up,
What's up,
guys?
Miggy?
How y'all doing? Y'all kicking it?
Kicking it.
All right.
We're working on heliocentric model defenders. They seem to be scarce. Did you bring one with you?
Yeah, they'll be coming along shortly. I'm sure of it. They usually do when I'm around. Yeah, yesterday, man, it was really lively in here. We don't really have any more like we used. They don't make them like they used to. Ballers don't come in here anymore with their talks about the globe anymore like they used to. They're more just like, oh, I didn't claim that. I didn't say that. I'm not the one. Nobody wants to own up to the globe anymore. Before, they were really proud about owning up to it. Yeah, it's a globe. Of course it is.
Yeah,
Now they come in here now like, I'm 99.9.99.9.9% sure it's a globe. They're always using those points like it's going to matter.
You could let eggshells out of Cog Dis if you want another 6 hours of obfuscating.
Eggshell? Yeah, he's. How did you wind up in Cogdis? Somebody put him there? No, just let him roam around, man. It don't matter. Like, I don't mind having eggshells, bacon. Bring it on. Bacon
wakey,
is
wakey.
after you like talk to Bacon for like an hour and a half or 2 hours. I think that's good enough. I mean, he's basically on about. He doesn't really want to talk about the shape of the Earth. He wants to talk about things that sound like they make assumptions about the shape of the Earth. And then he's like, "Oh yeah, well we assume," and I'm like, "Oh, so you assume?" I never said that. Yeah, you did. You said you made a model of the globe because of celestial navigation, and that was working on the assumption that the Earth was a globe. He's like, "I never said that." Rewind the tape, buddy. It's all there.
Globe's not my model.
Yeah, they do that, man.
Well, Eggshells brought an argument. Indio was speaking to him about it. He said that the FE laser test guys, that FE core, they were dishonest because they said that they were going to use a certain device and they ended up not using it. So they're dishonest. Therefore, their test is not valid because they were dishonest from the beginning.
No, I was here for
That's his argument to prove the globe.
I was here for the end of that conversation, actually. But yeah, he was talking about the dishonesty and they harp on these like topics that there's no relevance to like what the real conversation should be in here, which is like, is it flat or globe? Like Globers come in here and they really don't have much to bring to the table anymore, like they used to. Like I said, they talk about like that. Like, was he on about it just at the very beginning, like really trying to evaluate it, or was he just saying that they weren't being honest? Or I didn't catch the beginning part of it, just the end when he was talking. So
I think since they're big into psychology and imagining things in their minds, they're also trying to do a psychology work on other people besides themselves.
yeah, they try to do that when they come in here, but they get stopped short most of the time. But for a lot of people that are new to the server, like if you're a flat earther that's new to the server, you're new to the truth community, as a matter of fact, in here, and you want to hear some guy out and stuff, but others might want to interject and be like, "Oh, hold on, man, he's got a point." No, he don't. He's been on here. If you give him enough time to be in here and ask their questions and let him go through their spiel, after a while it gets redundant. It's like, just get to the point, man. We heard everything you came in here to say, and if there's nothing else you have to offer as far as evidence goes or verification, then move on to the next conversation. Because I mean, you have to at least have to be honest with everybody in here. When we have these conversations. Otherwise,
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying, and that's the more efficient way to do it. But there's another side, like many people in here say, let them speak for a little bit so they can destroy themselves.
yeah. Well, that's what I was saying. And you let them in here for like an hour and a half or 2 hours on the topic. And, I mean, you can explore that topic with them if you're brand new to the server. And if you haven't heard the Horizon argument or whatever other arguments that come to Star Trails, you name it. You want to go through the whole spiel. Let the new guys that come in here in the truth community, and let them have the conversation with them, because sometimes if you're hearing it for the first time, it's kind of like new information. It's like, I never knew that people actually use this as an argument for the globe, like sextants. And you know what I mean? Like those kind of arguments that they think supports the globe, but when they realize that it had nothing to do with the globe in the first place, they're just like, oh, defending a moot point.
Oh, okay, but what about this?
Yeah. Kind of, I don't want to say it's amusing anymore these days. It's more like, I'm really starting to like wonder what is the basis of the psychology behind why they want to, like. And I really pinpointed it with eggshells, and I told him, and he agreed with me. I'm like, dude, the reason why you come in here so often and you bring your questions in here is because you want us to challenge you every single time you come in here. And the more you dig your heels in, the more you want us to like really challenge the thing that you're saying, so that you can be like, oh man, I did my best, but I couldn't. There's no way their arguments are airtight or whatever. Like in his own mind, he might not say it out loud, but I mean, he can't get around the simple truth when we speak it. So it bothers him.
Well, Eggshell's whole intention, he's kind of a content creator, and he came in for the intention of creating content. And as soon as he got a little 20-second, 30-second clip where he proposed that FE Core went into their experiment intending to use a columnate, like a columnator on the laser, to hit a target, and he kept poking Indio about that, and he's like, did they do that? Did they use the columnator? Did they use the laser? Did they use the target? And when Indio answered no, no, no for those, that's the 30 seconds he clipped out, and that's what he puts out.
He was vindicated. He was like, got it.
Yep,
Thank you.
puts it out. Banned from 24/7 Flat Earth Discord for wrecking their argument. And that's, boom, there's his content.
Okay. I mean,
It goes in line with the flat earth debunking video trend that has been going on for a while, and that's very incentivized to do. People are very incentivized to do that kind of content. The dishonesty of flat earthers. Imagine seeing that
no, it's clickbait for sure, man. It's
title on YouTube. Hey, let me click on this.
Yeah, it's clickbait. It gets people to be like, "Ooh, I want to see somebody disproving these crazy, what do you call it? Conspiracy theorists." It's whatever. I mean, at this point, people want to shrug everything off as like it's all conspiracy theory. Like you can't even say anything anymore. People, they're so brainwashed by the system these days. I mean, they're totally in the grasp of like the control. So now it's like when they think of a free thinker or somebody that they can, critically think about things, they don't even think that they could think outside of what, their reality is. Like, they have to be within the confines of what's been taught to them, because their overlords that are giving them this knowledge are superior, and they put them on a pedestal, man. That's what it is. Most of the time, these guys have these intellects on pedestals, and they feel like they're just incompetent humans, like, or they don't have the degrees to be able to come up with any information that would be contrary to what they're saying. So they just take whatever they're proposing, they just eat it up. That's the worldview we live in. They say there's planets out there, exoplanets, and other solar systems and whatnot. That's cool. They just believe it. They don't ever challenge the status quo, which is fine, man. I mean, people just want to be doing what they do, but they come in here to this server and ask the questions.
So look at the title of Eggshell's video. Indio explains FE course honesty. So look at the words that he used at the end. Honesty. Then you click on the video and he gives you a version, a clipped version of the whole thing, right? So he's being dishonest and using honesty on his title.
Yeah, that's the deception, man. They're like snake oil salesmen. They want to craft the conversation or pose it to the viewer, to the listener, as if they're the honest people in this conversation. But when he was in here, he was being dishonest. So, and anybody that was listening to the whole conversation can actually go back to the live stream and check it out. But upon further investigation, but usually people these days don't really want to investigate and go any further. They just want to hear, let me hear the flat earther being dishonest. Yep, he's dishonest. Let me bounce. So that's unfortunately
Hey, he can make a good TikTok or YouTube short from that, and that's it.
Yep. Yeah, for sure, man.
Anyways,
If there's any people that think the Earth is a spinning ball in outer space, you're welcome to come into the server and we can talk about it.
yeah,
I don't
we
know what
have
else.
Mr. Miguel, we have Mr. Worldwide. How you doing, Mr. Worldwide?
Hey, welcome to the server, man.
He has a VC verified, but he's muted at the moment. I mean, yeah, but you just have to
We're
mute
muted.
if he wants to say something.
Hello.
What's up, man?
I just listen a lot, and I keep my phone in my pocket, so I had to fumble to get it out. But yeah, I'll try to respond as quick as possible.
Okay,
Hey.
you just lurking, or you don't mind jumping in the chat?
Huh?
I said, are you just
What?
lurking in this Discord, or you just?
I was in the biblical down below, and I hopped up here.
Yeah, I haven't seen you in here, so I don't know. I'm asking the question: Do you believe the Earth is a spinning globe in outer space?
Not anymore.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good.
I mean, it was cool while it lasted. Like, I love like the Halo game series and like space and all that. It's pretty rad. But I mean, it's fun at least.
Hey, yeah, man. If you want to experience the globe, we go into video games and we can experience it in the video games. But come back to reality, then
Google
it's
Earth all
not
the
that.
time. I love just browsing on Google Earth for hours. That's always fun.
If you yeah, sometimes I really can't tell people if they're genuine or not. I just have to take your word for it. But when was your awakening, or I should say, when you actually realized that the Earth isn't what they were telling you it is? Was it a conversation in here or on your own?
Well, it's pretty short actually. If you can believe it, it was last night. I was looking last evening, yesterday. I was looking through all the channels in the bottom of the server, and I had a lot of questions, and it was surprisingly. It sounds like an advertisement. So it was really useful to just see all the info gathered down there. And I'm like,
Yeah,
okay, what about this? But what? I bet they haven't thought of that. And then, oh, there it is.
You got to say it with like a sales pitch. Man, I joined the Flat Earth server, and when I went down to the area where you could read all about it, I learned a lot of information. Yeah, you gotta really sell it, man.
I'll write up a script and get back to you.
Nah, but yeah, that's good, man. That there's people in here. We've been doing this for years, man, and there's a lot of information. So take your time, I should say. I don't know how you reached the conclusion for in your own mind, because everybody, like, it's something different for everyone, right? But it was real easy for me, actually, years ago. I couldn't believe when I first stumbled upon it, but it wasn't that. I wasn't like, what you call it? There was not, to me, the way I live. It's, if it's something is truth, it's truth no matter what. So if the Earth was a globe, it's a globe no matter what. No matter how many times people kick and scream or they want to say it's something else, it'll be a globe if that's what it truly is. But if it's not, then it's not. And people, for some reason, have this attachment to the idea that it is, which is weird. It's like, why would you be so attached to the idea if it's not true? You know, like, I mean, where's the...
Because it's all you know for so long, so it just that familiarity breaking apart seems.
I mean, yeah, I mean, you got that right, but the guy that I remember, there was a dude that was in here. We're having a conversation about space, and he said something to the effect of, if there's no other life out there, and this is all that there is, I might as well take a gun and shoot myself. He said it a bit more explicitly than that, but he basically, that's what he was saying, because he's like,
I get that.
people are shitty, you know, like, it's like, that's what you get here. So if there's nothing else, then we just might as well call it a day, you know, like, I'm like, dude, that's bleak, man. What?
Yeah, but that's the state of mind that brings the globe into some consideration of some sort of reality that you never experienced. But if you're thinking, hey, if this is it, what do you mean this is it? You probably can go out of your house and find something that you never seen before, an animal that you never seen, or something, and then you go miles from there and you find areas that you never seen before, and then you can go beyond that, and you're gonna reach a limit of your own life that you won't be able to explore the whole thing. This reality is way more complex, bigger. There's way more that in the fantasy of the globe thing that you will never experience, because there's no substance there. There's nothing that you can do. It's just imagine it. But then when you go to the real thing, there's way more that you could ask for.
They
There's
definitely
so much.
underestimate the size of things.
Well, that's true, man. There's so much that you can challenge yourself on every day if you really wanted to. But we live in a world that we make of our own, in our own mind. So every day that you wake up, there's this worldview you have about your surroundings, and your world is only so big in your mind because you don't travel farther than you live. You know, that's where you live, and that's all you know. So your worldview is based upon just that. So if it's really bad where you live, it's shitty. You know, it's gonna be, your worldview is gonna be shitty. But if you've never gotten out, if you've never met people, if you've never been diverse and, you know, seen different places, you're gonna think that way. But it's just, you know, like that whole mindset that they have, that there has to be something big out there, exoplanets and other places you can travel to and stuff. It's like, man, you got it all right here. Everything is here on Earth. Why would you need to travel somewhere else, like outside of this reality? Like, that would be, then I guess that's the whole attachment to the whole thing, is that people have this sense of like leaving Earth, you know? We're gonna have to leave the Earth soon. We're gonna consume all the things like locusts, you know, on this planet, and then we're gonna hop off of it on a rocket or rockets and go fly around the stars until we find another home, and then do the same thing to that Earth or whatever. You know, like that's
That's a mindset that is kind of crazy. Yeah, some people do have that mindset.
Well, that's actually being taught though, Jimsy. Like, that's what they're saying is going to happen. At some point, we're going to run out of resources, and we're going to have to find another home. And it's stupid, right? But that's what they're basically saying, is that we're going to run out. Dude, how are you going to run out of apple trees? Don't
Bro,
seeds get planted and grow every day? How about corn?
how you gonna run out of fish? If you're hungry, go fishing. You get enough fish that you be tired of fishing.
It's so stupid, dude. Like, all this stuff, like, even oil, dude, that replenishes itself. I don't know if you guys know that or not. Like, we're running out of this. Well, dude, like if you think about all the stuff that we have on this earth, we haven't run out of it. We still got stuff. There's still trees. You know, there's energy. There's always energy. So
What about toilet paper? There's none of that at the store.
What, you haven't heard that the world's going to end in less than 12 years?
12 years. 12. Dude. Hey, toilet paper. Yeah, that's the only thing that probably can go extinct, man. Go to your local store. You can't find it.
In a world of abundance, we're sold scarcity by those who want to control us.
Bro, toilet paper is one of the most stupid inventions and some of the most stupid items that people use.
When was the last time you used it?
He's talking about
It's created.
He sounds like a
Bro,
very happy
it's designed to people be dependent to it. If you could design a toilet that will wash that thing off you way better than the toilet paper, way better than the toilet paper, and you wouldn't need the toilet paper.
Yeah, Gemsy's a satisfied bidet user.
Wait, just try cleaning yourself with toilet paper. Anytime you get dirty out there, grab some toilet paper and pass it in that dirty spot. Let me see. Tell me how good the toilet paper works to clean stuff, especially your ass. It's not that effective.
Yeah, Gemsy's got a point, guys.
If you only use toilet paper, you're disgusting.
Yeah, if you only use toilet paper, you're actually disgusting.
You have to make it wet with water, but then you got to layer it a million times if you got the really cheap stuff.
Even that is disgusting.
Seriously having a conversation about TP. Anyways,
bro,
I have a joke about
that thing that throws water can also throw hair and make you sparkly dry.
how do you overcome a toilet paper addiction?
You gotta break the cycle. Just first,
every time I
it's
go
a
to the
joke.
bathroom,
You
just
take
first
a day,
realize that you're an addict, and you have to, kill the addiction. Just go some other ways to get away from the addiction. That's it. It's pretty simple. You're addicted to toilet paper.
I want to hear the joke.
You take it day by day.
See, I'm lazy though. I need warm water. My toilet only has cold water.
Oh, that's not pleasant at all, is it?
Bro, you could adjust the temperature.
Bro, have you ever heard of plumbing?
They cost like $50.
What the heck is that percentage? Dude, where you been at?
No, seriously though. Are they electric operated or for the warm water, or do you need to run a hot water line to it?
Have you ever been to Japan? Go to Japan. You'll see what
I'm asking
a day
a question.
or night with that.
I imagine you can get both.
Yeah, it sounds like you can probably get both. Somebody invented somewhere.
But usually they just run through the hot water line because they don't have like a heater attached. Usually.
Yeah, but what sucks is that you know how you go over to your faucet and you have to run the hot water for so long before it starts coming out warm. Either way, you're hitting your nuts with cold water.
Bro, if there's a will, there's a way. You know this,
Electric
right? And
on-demand
water
heater,
flow. Water flow is not that complicated. All you gotta do
understand.
is
I was just
flow
discussing.
the warm water to a point that when it comes out, it will reach the desired spot that you want it to go.
You test the water temperature with your finger, or
no, you just let it run for a little bit. Something. Hey,
if it's as big as a finger.
Breaking down everyday use of a bidet. Okay, that's.
Bro, if your system is not that effective, that once you open it, it's warm water, then let it run for a little bit, and it will adjust eventually.
All right, here's the thing though. You guys aren't really considering though. Which way is that water spinning though? Because that's how you know what hemisphere you're in.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
The water doesn't spin in a bidet.
Uh-oh. Oh no. Because
so you must always be at the equator.
They're made at the equator, yeah. They're designed made at the equator, so that's why
everyone who ever uses a bidet in that specific time when they're using it, they're magically transported to the equator.
Yeah. That's a good one. I thought it like that, but you did it better, percent.
You inspired me, Poppy.
We lost Mr. What was it? Mr. Something Wild.
Who did we lose?
The guy, Mr. Wonderland or something like that.
Wonderland. Oh,
Mr. Wonderland. He lived.
Oh man, it's a beautiful day outside today. Too bad it's cold. Sun's out though. There's no clouds in the sky.
I got cloudy skies and 42 degrees here in Kentucky.
I'm about the same too, Dave. I'm about like 40 something right now.
We're supposed to be springing forward. It's that global warming, I'm telling you.
Well, I don't. Yeah, so long as it comes by pretty quick, man. I'm ready for barbecue weather. I'll be outside. I'll be outside talking to you guys about conversations of the shape of the earth. Oh my goodness.
It's too cold for you, Mickey. Don't worry, summer is coming.
Oh man, I can't wait for.
Soon.
Well, you know, I like to be outside. I want to plant some stuff in the garden. Just tend the garden. Put some tomatoes out, some onions.
Well, that's coming soon. Just make sure you time it right so you get enough. I mean, where are you? I'm up in
Yeah,
the East Coast. So.
I'm Midwest, brother. Iowa.
Oh, yeah.
Iowa.
Oh, you get some good potatoes.
Well, I don't know. Maybe. Yeah. Well, Idaho. But no, I'm in Iowa. So I'm where the pigs and the corn are. Corn and pigs. They're known for.
Yeah, get that gardening done. Get yourself the Farmer's Almanac.
Well, yeah. I hope it's gonna be a good planting season coming up. Everything's getting ready too. I could just tell. You can see the buds starting to come out.
Do you have a lot of land? Do you have like a decent amount of land?
Not really. No, I live by some houses, but I mean, there's decent enough room to actually start a garden if you really wanted to.
Yeah. Eventually, want to do something like that, but I want a pond, a big pond. Yeah.
That's cool. Yeah.
And hopefully design it enough to have fish in it. And you could use that water for the plants too. People do that.
Yeah. That's a nice goal to have, I guess. You want to do that?
If you make the pond big enough, it'll have a hump of water curving in the middle. That'd be cool.
Hey.
I think broken. It works. How do you fix it? I'm saying it still works.
I'm gonna be right back, you guys. I'm gonna take care of something.
Still works.
Later, Miggy.
All right, see you guys.
Later, Mickey.
Gotta visit that bidet.
I think toilet paper was invented by the toilet makers.
I'm appreciate your humor on this channel. I'm offended.
Kind of broke up, bro, for me. So, baby. get it like that?
I googled who invented toilet paper, but what's more interesting is the next inquiry was what did people use before toilet paper was invented? It shows just a stick with a piece of sponge on the tip. It's nasty.
Well, the world is so big that I don't think everyone was using that stick. So whoever
Better
gave
than
you the
poison
stick,
oak.
maybe he was using it. Come on, show the images. I want to see the research you're doing about it.
So if I was a
Some research on this.
if I was a caveman, I had to take a crap. Probably the last thing I would grab was a stick after I was done. But that's just me.
All right, here's an image. Hold on.
You could prove the shape of the earth with a stick, though. That would be cool.
Shadows in the dirt propped up a couple sticks.
And if we've been lied about the shape of the earth, I'm pretty sure we've been lied about toilet paper.
Yeah, that stick you're talking about, is that the one of the two sticks Eratosthenes used? Figure out the Earth as a ball.
No, they used to scrub their asses with it before toilet paper was invented.
But you never know. I mean, that stick, it could have been one of those two sticks. Stick it in a museum. Stick it in a museum.
When the accidental pun is better than the joke itself.
Shadows and sticks don't hit. It's bull crap. You broke up there a little bit for me, Dave. What was that?
You should write that down and put it in a song. It sounds like a good lyric.
Yeah, that's one of them in the 10 Flat Commandments.
So someone has like an archive of newspaper or something, we can search toilet paper to see what's the first one, the oldest one.
Yeah, I'm not
Toilet
sure the
paper in
audience
the
cares.
news.
All this newspaper that was actually used as toilet paper, that would be interesting.
So I was trying to get paper towels in the toilet paper section when this shit all went down a couple years ago, and this kid came up to me. He's like, "Dude, where's your mask?" And I was like, figured I'd bring my dignity with me instead today. He didn't like that.
Got him.
Yeah, and then he said he was going to go do some protesting and stuff, and I was like, "Oh, really?" So this was during the whole, BLM thing, and I was like, "You're going to go do some protesting?" He said, "Yeah." I said, "So you're just going to go help people focus more on division and race?" And he's like, "No, man, people need to wake up." No, all you're going to be doing is allowing people to focus more on skin color. But go ahead, buddy. Have fun.
You should have asked them, wake up to what?
Yeah, exactly.
But probably would have given you
Should've told him
something
you had
that's,
to use your
all like
mask to
Glover
wipe.
talk.
You're shopping for
two of you who
TP. You're
said
out.
Sorry, I will shut up. You guys go ahead. So 2 people talk at the same time.
I was saying you should have told him that you had to use your mask to wipe because you're off TP.
Nice.
When you said he was going to go do something, I thought you were about to say he said he was going to go tell his mom.
No, he's going to protest and do some stuff. Because there was protesting happening downtown.
What a soy boy.
Yep.
Maybe you should say that to him next time. Like, oh no, don't go do that. Go tell your mom on me. Go tell me
Right.
on your mom.
No, I don't know who the person was. So
I walked into Lowe's once and some lady walked up and asked if I had a mask. I said, no, I'm heterosexual. You should have seen the look on her face.
That's hilarious.
Just confused.
That's a good one.
A good one.
yeah, because those are perfect opportunities, really. I think to have like cinematic movie moments where you just totally get someone in that moment.
Yeah, I think wearing those masks for long periods of time definitely turn men into the opposite side of the equation.
It sure didn't help, yeah.
Reproduction.
Restricting oxygen probably won't help their brain.
Let's be real. If they've made the decision to wear them in the first place, then no amount of oxygen deprivation is going to make them smart.
Here.
Especially if they're walking down an empty sidewalk.
Yeah. I try to like.
Well, it's
so
even
like
worse when they're wearing it in their cars.
I was just gonna say, when I see someone wearing it in their car, I do everything I can so that they can not see the face that I'm making about them. Just because I don't want to hurt their feelings.
You just point at him.
No, I hide my face because I'm like, holy shit! If they see the face I'm making, they're gonna have a really bad rest of their day.
Maybe you'd be doing them a favor if you let them see your face.
Maybe, I don't know.
They're just
You
shaking.
gotta mock nonsense.
I
You
make
gotta
some
mock
good
it.
faces. Yeah.
Depends on how ugly it is.
Well, my face is pretty ugly already, so maybe that's why I hide it.
No, in that case, you should definitely show.
Yeah, right. Just make the ugliest face. I already have an ugly face, and I just make a worse one at them.
Yeah, there's unfortunately, hopefully, a small percentage of people that's part of their attire when they go out in public now. Let's see, I got my shirt, my mask,
Right, yeah. Oh my gosh. Shirt, keys, wallet, mask. Ugh.
You gotta have them matching with the outfit too every day of the week.
I know. I caught myself last year because I was going to Whole Foods a lot, and there's the same teller that I'd always go to, the same checkout person, and I had to hold back all the time from saying that's a cute mask because it matched her outfit. It's terrible. I can't believe that. Like I was like about to say something like that.
Excuse me, that's a nice oxygen depriver you have there. Just wanted to let you know.
Right.
Is that your favorite sports team? Print on the side of it?
Imagine you always go to her because she's cute. But yeah, you could go up to her like, I can tell you make a good wife because of that mask. Shows that you're obedient.
And then until she takes it off, and then she's not quite so cute.
Right.
Yeah, it's unfair, man.
Oh
Because
God,
like,
put it back on.
what if you go on a first date with
No,
somebody,
he's been going
right?
to her before it happened.
It's a first date, and you guys both agree. Okay, well, we'll at least just wear a mask in public, and like you start to fall in love with just her eyes and her forehead and her, eyebrows. And then later she takes her mask off, and you get to see the rest, and you're just totally turned off. I bet that happened so many times in the last couple years.
It doesn't really matter because they're gonna have a mask underneath anyways if they do take off the mask.
True.
With the makeup.
Can you put that
Yeah,
back on?
I'd stop at the word mask. I've never worn a mask once in my life. I'd never wore a mask in years, in all the years of this bullshit. So I just wouldn't do it.
Nice.
Amen.
Did you put on one of those face shield space helmet like things though?
No,
Those are
nothing.
fun.
Absolutely nothing. Absolutely never. Once ever.
You didn't want to pretend to be an astronaut just for a second?
No. Couldn't get my hair cut, so my wife cuts my hair. Now I'm saving money.
Dude, same here.
What's next? You know,
That was
give
the
me
best thing
another
ever.
example. It's like, well, then you can't get on a plane. I choose not to fly. What's next? What else you got? Well, some places they say you have to wear a mask or you have to leave. Well, that's a false dichotomy because you just simply ignore them and just go about your business. And only if they order you to leave, then you have to. That's all. Nobody's ever done that, not once. Just ignore them. They fuck off.
I walk around to every store like I'm the boss, and
Yeah,
I just walk around without the mask. I'm the boss in here. If someone says something, I just ignore them, hand wave them.
Yeah.
But that I'm a heterosexual.
Yeah,
That's a good one.
Yeah, I walked into a Menards store, which is a huge home improvement store, and this guy at the door just kept following me and following me. I just kept walking. He followed me over like 100 yards
That's
before he
weird.
just fucked off. It's funny.
Was he talking at the same time?
Yeah, he's like, sir, sir, sir. And, you know, everything you could think of. We have a policy. It's
And you just ignored him, or did you confront him
yeah.
at any point?
No, I just kept walking. And just maybe once throw up my hand, just like, fuck off.
You know, like
Ignore 'em.
90% of places that I walk into, they don't say anything, and it's all good. But then there's this percentage of places that you go in, and someone will say, "You have to wear a mask." I'm like, okay, yeah. I'm gonna order this and I'll wait outside or whatever. If they ask me to leave, I'll just leave. But some people do get aggressive. Some people do get kind of crazy, actually crazy, like they wanna beat you up or something.
The only
Some
power
people
they've
are
ever
just
had.
Yeah, but what's funny is most people don't know the law and they don't realize that, you know, they just sit there and spout off nonsense. Our policy says, sir, sir, you know, but they don't know that all they have to do is order you to leave. Then the cops will come and take you away. They'll give you a trespass order.
But just follow your doctor's advice. If the doctor says wear a mask, do so. It's your doctor, you know.
That
We
means
don't
you
do
just get a different
we
doctor.
don't do any medical advice in here. Because you know, if someone in a store is telling you, "Hey, wear a mask," that's medical advice.
Oh,
You
yeah.
just get a different doctor.
Are you trying to give me medical advice? Next time they tell you to put it on?
Yeah.
Some lady told me yelling, "It's the law." I'm like,
Fucking law.
I'm not arguing with this one.
I actually
This
almost got fired when I actually told that to a customer from a place I work at, which is a grocery store. When he told me to put on a mask, I told him, "Hey man," I asked him if he was a doctor. He obviously said no. And I told him, "Don't be giving medical advice in the most polite way possible." And then I got pulled aside by my boss, and he wrote me up for that.
Wow.
Yeah. That's how it's like living in California, or working here.
What a gamma.
Yeah, 100%, man.
The customer went and told on you? Oh my god.
Yep.
He told me that I'm not a doctor and
Hey Dave, your mic sounds all fucked up.
Sorry to do that to you, Dave. You just been roboting a little bit. That's all.
It's all good out, you know, stay up happen. Just let out.
So I was in Gem Panda's server a few days ago, and I was asking them for evidence for axial rotation, and they started going on to the story telling me that they have different scales. They're calibrated different ways to weigh gold and sell gold differently in like Canada and Panama and countries in between, because they're claiming the centrifugal force. I think I got that right, if that's the right one, that would push things outward because of the alleged spin of the Earth would well, not push things outwards, but I mean, like, fling it outwards in a certain sense. And that they say that gold is, weighs less, at the equator than it does in like the northern countries closer to the north center point or North Pole. I don't know. It's just amazing that they go with that. Like, I'm pretty sure that's not true. I'm pretty sure gold, weighs the same everywhere.
Their scales probably just aren't calibrated.
Their brains aren't calibrated.
There's that.
Where can I go to get the most bang for my buck with my gold?
Well, yeah, exactly. It begs the question: what? Just lots of people buying thousands of dollars worth of gold in Canada and then going to Panama to sell it, or no, I guess buying it at Panama and then going to I guess it'd make more sense to buy it at Panama and then go to Canada to sell it for more. Like, why aren't people doing that?
What do they claim to be the weight differential? Would it be worth? Would it be financially worth your while to go from Canada to Panama by whatever means, just for whatever the weight differential value difference in the gold is?
Wait, are you saying that people don't dig gold in Panama and sell it in Canada? People don't do that?
Well,
No, what they were saying in Gem Panda's channel is that they adjust their scales accordingly so that it is equal no matter where you are. And they say the reason they adjust it is because otherwise its weight would be unequal elsewhere. That's his proof.
Sure.
Yeah, which begs the question: do they actually adjust scales in any way, shape, or form like they describe? Not even necessarily for the reasons that they claim, but in any way, shape, or form that they describe? Do they adjust scales like that?
I mean, the usual thing is to just calibrate them with like a 10-gram weight or something like that.
Exactly.
That's probably all they do.
Yeah, a good expensive jewelry scale has a bunch of weights that you calibrate it with.
Yeah, my weed scale came with a 50-gram calibrator thing, so I don't see anywhere where I can put do the gold, the gold thing, adjustments.
Yeah, it's much like a lot of what they say. It's just wishful thinking.
I've never heard that before, but I must say.
I thought it was great when I heard one of them in a sort of insulted and disappointed voice, answer me when I said to them, like, okay, let's go on to axial rotation. So what's your guys' best evidence for axial rotation? Is it just staring up at the stars and, oh, the stars are moving, thus the Earth must be moving. Is that it? Is that it? And he's like, well, we wouldn't really put it in those words, but yeah, exactly, pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
Nice spin. They're putting their own spin on the spin of the sky.
Yeah, I was doing some research on Coriolis yesterday, and I saw some posts from Globers talking about space Coriolis. I didn't even.
Have you guys ever seen that Owen Benjamin little short cartoon video? It was about Ball Earth Sniper. He's like, I gotta adjust for the Coriolis, and all this his spotter's like, dude, you miss every time you do this. He's like, no, I gotta adjust for the Coriolis, and he always misses.
You have one shot at the spin. Okay, a little left. Okay, now factor in the spin.
There it is.
No, god damn it, man. Okay, what direction are we? East, west, north, south, northeast. Factor in everything. We need to know exactly the direction, the spin of the Earth, and how to combat it, or else we're gonna miss. There's no spin of the Earth. Take the shot, retard. But that would mean Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong, and you miss every single shot when we do this. If we miss this shot, our location will be blown. We've been here for 4 days shitting in little cans. Tell me the spin of the Earth. Like, okay, down to the left 16 inches. No. They saw us. I missed a shot. I guess it was spinning a little faster than I thought. Oh. Globe, Earth, Sniper.
That's awesome.
Hello. You're right. Yeah, if I can't pop to look at the it's actually English.
I can see the mirage. No, that's the target. Must be a mirage. Well, I've done the calculations. 8 inches per mile squared. I wouldn't be able to see him It's a mirage. I'm not taking the shot. It's him. Like, every sniper just shoots people. That's a fucking mirage. That means Neil deGrasse Tyson, the bike thief with the answers, is somehow misleading me. Globe, Earth, sniper.
I used to watch Owen Benjamin a lot, but quit. It just seemed like he was all about getting more and more money and stuff, and I was like, nah, I'm out.
Yeah, I was there too. I was on the train for a little while, but I jumped off as well. I think you have to with everybody at some point, right?
Oh, yeah. But it got
Rogan,
so
Peterson,
obvious. Oh, I
Steven
never watched
Crowder.
Rogan. Look,
Not
Rogan.
even back in the day.
Never. No. I
He
mean,
used to
I
he used
knew
to
of
be
him.
against the moon landings and stuff like
Oh,
that.
yeah.
So.
It's like when I knew he was doing that kind of stuff, but at that time in my life, I wasn't watching a bunch of stuff like that. But then once I start doing, looking into stuff and watching more videos online, I knew that he had switched over, and he's just can't take him seriously ever.
Yeah, I played a clip from him this morning, just a small clip when he was like, "Yeah, I'll say anything. I'll lie. I'll make stuff up. I'll be a
Yeah.
debunker."
We'll show you the real deal. But not only can you never talk about it publicly, you have to be a debunker publicly. I'll tell the government right now, tell you right now if you're listening, NSA, CIA, I'm available, okay? If you show me all the real wreckage, I swear I'll make fun of that crap to the end of time. I'll make up stories. I'll lie to my mother. I don't care. You should.
Am I still Samuel J. Robotham?
That's a bit better. We can hear you now.
Italian Rogan probably doesn't want to admit it, but he probably doesn't understand the people.
God, I was trying to hear it. It was a little garbled still, just a little bit.
I'll stay on mute.
We got to get Dave on that new 5G.
Hey, there's something fascinating, I think, about when people have either just a little bit or a lot, could be a range, far in there somewhere, where certain people, certain globers, and a lot of these people are potentially just temporarily globers that oftentimes become flat earthers, are the kind of globers that test flat earthers, their friends, not just any flat earther, but someone they consider a friend. Because, like, my best friend, he's a flat earther, but for like maybe 2, 3, 4 months maximum or something. It's kind of hard to say how long it was because it was a while ago, but for a short period of time, maybe just like 2 months or something more like that. He, I brought it to his attention, and he, didn't really react so far one way or the other, being like accepting it as flat or saying, "Oh, no, 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 it's a ball," but just like, I guess he was kind of disagreeing with me, saying like, "No, it's a ball," but not really pushing it so much. The point is that it's funny when a friend like this, comes and hangs out with you, comes to talk with you, but with the absolute intention in their mind of like, okay, it might be flat, might be a ball, the Earth might be a planet, it might be flat, but if I can just convince my flat earther friend that it's a ball, then I'll be like, okay, all right, it's a ball. But if I can't convince my flat earther friend that it's a ball, then fuck, it might not be a ball. You know what I mean? And it's just funny how they like, you can kind of tell that that's their mindset when they're arguing with you. So they'll be arguing with you one day, and they won't even like formally concede or anything. It'll just be like a stalemate in the argument. But then like, you know, that same particular friend of mine, after that time we were hanging out, the time that we were hanging out, like for any lengthy period of time after that, was when we were going to Florence together. We were going to the coast or near the coast to a bunch of sand dunes, for a day trip, a road trip. And as we were driving together, we were talking about, evidence going one way or the other. And he was like saying like, "Oh, no, no, I agree with you. I agree with you about this one piece of evidence." But he was like turning to me and saying that to me like, "Yeah, all right, fine. Yeah, you're right. Flat and stationary," but like without saying it.
Yeah, that's interesting. Because they don't know.
It's all they've ever known, so they're just unsure of themselves. Like I was even just a little bit unsure of myself too, but I was never really like for a while, or not even for a long while, like just over like maybe a year or so. I was like thinking to myself, oh man, it might still be a ball, it might still be a ball, but I never really thought it was because I actively asked myself, like, okay, am I thinking that because of evidence, or am I thinking that because of that's just what I was told? I was like, oh shit, I think I might just be thinking that because that's just what I was told. Like, all right, well, I guess I don't really think it's a ball then.
That's a good point. Like, when I just believed it too. There wasn't any evidence. It was just a story that I was told, and so I just went along with it. You know, it's not like there is any evidence.
So like that same friend of mine, his name's Adrian. He's 22. I'm 29, and we were at Ross the other day with another friend, and we were going through the line, and he was guessing that I was, standing in line behind him, and he was guessing that I was going to just tell the cashier that the Earth is flat, as I'm going through the line. And so he was thinking, well, he might as well hear it from me first. Then, I might as well desensitize him to the idea before Charles talks to him. And so he says it to him himself. He says to the cashier, "Oh, by the way, the Earth is flat and stationary." And then walks towards the door. And so then I go up there, and I'm like, he has to like take an extra 2 or 3 minutes to get his manager to finish up something else so he can get some ones out of another cash register because he doesn't have enough ones in his cash register. And so like while I'm standing there for 2 or 3 minutes or something, I'm like, oh well, I'm standing here for some extra time. I might as well tell him that the Earth is flat. And so I start doing that and everything while we're waiting. And my buddy is like constantly like yelling at, or not yelling at me, but like calling me from the door, like, "Come on, man, come on, let's go, let's go." But from his mind at the time, he thought that I was arguing with him about the Earth being flat. But I wasn't arguing with him about the Earth being flat. We were just waiting for more ones to show up to the cash register, And so I was like telling him, and then there's this other woman that was working there just behind him, and she was like listening to or whatever, and like she wasn't really saying anything or whatever. He was like asking me some questions like about the sun or something like that and how it works, and like he actually seemed inquisitive. And I didn't give him one of those cards of mine though because I didn't have them on me, but maybe I'll give him one some other time. But the thing is like I just thought it was funny how as I'm like exiting, my buddies are like, "Man, why were you arguing with them so much? Why were you doing that or whatever?" And I was like, "No, dude, I wasn't arguing with them. They were just getting ones from another thing or whatever." They were like confused of why I was standing in front of them for so long. But I thought that was funny. I did it while wearing my space helmet.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Is somebody talking? I can't hear anything.
Everybody's asleep. Wake up.
I was trying to talk, but I'm a robot.
So Biden in his all intelligence banned Russian oil today. So now the price of gas is going up even higher. Thank you, Biden.
That'll help us.
The thing is he doesn't have to buy his gas. His gas is paid for by our tax dollars. So it just hurts the poor people that have to get to work, So there you go. There's what the leaders do for you. Just games of the rich.
He doesn't
He's
have to
not
be buying gas when it's Biden gas.
Oh, nice. He's just a playing card, a puppet, a figurehead. He's not. He doesn't make a single decision for the entire country. Can't even tie his shoes. Okay. So, it's just part of the script, man. The gas is going to get higher and higher. Maybe this is the act where gas people go fucking nuts and fight people over gas prices and stuff, right? Like now we're going to focus on gas prices for a little bit and car stuff, and before this it was the shipping containers and the truckers and you know what I mean? It's just, what act is this? Act 14 for the play now. It's ridiculous. People are buying it up.
So just one more thing planned out to make the poor people poorer.
Oh yeah.
And the rich people, it doesn't either makes them richer or doesn't affect them at all.
Right.
Well, you can always try to buy an old Chevrolet Volt.
Oh, right. Isn't that purely electric?
No. It's both. It's a
Oh,
plug-in hybrid. You go
it's
like
just a
the
hybrid.
first, probably the older ones would be like 40 miles, 30 miles. I don't know.
Yeah.
But the one that I got that's only 4 years old, got a lot of miles on it, so I could afford it. The one that I got that's 4 years old, it's got a maximum range, at least originally, of 53 miles, maybe like 35 or 40 on the highway.
On pure electric or on the hybrid combination?
So that's just the electric before it switches over to the gas thing.
Got it. Okay. Yeah. Cool.
What the rich people can do is buy the oil stocks, so those prices go up, and then they buy Tesla and these other car companies, and those stocks go up because everything's going towards electrical, so they make bank. Meanwhile, the poor people are running around trying to figure out where they're gonna get the money to buy their gas.
And is there anybody, at least in this panel, that actually believes in resource scarcity?
There is a scarcity. It's fabricated. It's controlled.
Well, that's what
right?
I mean, though.
It's created, right? It's manipulated, right?
For sure.
I mean, and Biden also banned Russian gas. What do you call it? So I guess our gas prices, our heating gas will go up.
Mm-hmm.
Man, that helps
So,
me out so much.
Wonderful.
If really there were a shortage of petroleum products and or just petroleum and that kind of deal, we wouldn't be looking at advertisements for Nerf guns, brand new Nerf guns, would we? Because it takes petroleum to make that.
Yeah, I mean, and they'll tell you there's a water shortage, but we have 5 freshwater lakes.
Right. It's yeah, the water thing's crazy. They're like, you're wasting water. I'm like, that's actually impossible.
So it's
Can't
all
do that.
fabricated, basically.
Yeah. Where do you think water goes when it evaporates? Oh, it disappears. Mm-hmm.
We're gonna run out of water. We're gonna run out of water.
Right. We're gonna run out. I love it.
Well, if they
People
make it
actually
illegal,
did. I've heard multiple people saying that.
if they make it illegal to collect rainwater, then you can't collect it. So then you have to buy it from them, and then there you go.
So what you're doing is you're wasting money. Sure. You're not wasting water, though.
Do we have any economists in here? Does this make sense?
Yeah, I'm just kind of spitballing, flapping my lips here.
Well, it's a funny thing about the economy is that I think this what you're talking about, what you're describing here, this economic collapse or any kind of quote unquote war of any kind, whether it be, an actual, real, hot, physical war, a hot war as opposed to a cold war, or a cold war, or the Miley Cyrus blah lockdown, blah blah blah, that kind of war, or an economic war, whether it's subsidies for Elon Musk and his BS car company, or whatever. The point is, it's just as far as I can tell, all these things are really just ways to tear down prosperity, as in because that's all they can do. It's until enough people figure out that the Earth is flat.
It widens the gap between the rich and the poor. It makes a morbid difference. Makes more of a disparity.
It's like if I see, this is the last time I'm going to talk about this, but if I see another brand new Nerf gun come out, but gas prices are also rising, someone's going to get a phone call. That's all I'm going to say.
But you have because they're cool?
What?
What do you have against Nerf guns?
So Nerf guns are plastic. It takes petroleum to make plastic. And so gas prices should not be affected. All we got to do is stop making so much plastic, i.e. Nerf guns, Tupperware, cars. Wait, what? Anyway.
I don't think that's 100% true. I'm not an expert on these things, but I think at least some of those plastics, some of them, I think a small amount, are made by things that you can't make into fuel, like just parts of petroleum.
Right.
Mic check.
Coming in loud and clear.
Cheers, Barrington. JE, my man.
How are you doing there, buddy?
I'm good. I expected some conversations to be happening, but it's very
We're
quiet
waiting
again.
we're waiting for Biden's Build Back Better to kick in. Is that kicked in yet? What is he building, by the way? Back better.
His back. He's got a bad back. He's making his bad back better.
Go ahead, sir.
Jay, go ahead.
No, I said I just think he's building back prisons and work camps better.
All right, and that's going to help the economy. Is that what they do? They get a catchy phrase, and then people elect them with that.
Exactly. It's all the autocrats have to have good catchphrases.
Build back better, make America great again.
You know, Obama was "Yes, we can."
Yeah, it's all Tavistock Group marketing, isn't it? Brainwashing.
I forget what George Bush's was, but he had a slogan. I don't remember what it was, but I do remember there was some slogan he had.
You just think of some dumb shit, don't you, when you think of him?
Has anybody said no, we can't? If they say no, we can't, I'll start believing them.
George Bush was either you're with them or you're with us.
George Bush was, we must attack the insurgents.
Scud missiles.
Yeah, no, Bush was Bush called himself passionate conservative. He said it was compassionate conservatism.
Robot check.
I can hear you, brother.
George Bush's was "Fool me once, you won't get fooled again." That was his slogan.
Sorry, Derek. Say it again. I didn't catch it.
Yeah, how can you mess up that? How can you mess up that phrase? By the way,
Once and you won't get fooled again, or something to that effect. It's a George Bushism.
Yeah, there's an old saying from Tennessee, or maybe it's Texas, where I'm from. Yeah, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me once, can't get fooled again.
that was it. Fool me once, shame
yeah.
on me. Fool me twice. No, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me.
And then he goes into the Who song. We don't get fooled again.
He said this. It goes, "You fool me, can't get fooled again." That's what he said.
Well, he was like screwing it up. He's trying to
He said,
remember.
"Fool me once, shame on."
Yeah.
Shame on you.
He's trying to remember who the shame is on.
And then, he just he stops it and he goes, "You fool me, can't get fooled again." Like, okay,
Great saying.
right? He nailed it.
Bush's quote was when the awkward moment when he debunks 9/11. He saw the plane hit on TV. Nobody saw the first plane hit, George. Sorry, man. If there were planes.
He was in that classroom one day reading to kids, and then someone came in and whispered in his ear like what happened, and he just like didn't react in any way. He just kind of sat there like, oh, okay.
And the book he had been reading the whole time was upside down.
Yeah. He's so clever. He can read books upside down, though. You know.
Well, you can definitely read upside down, but why would you do that in front of children? Like,
He's doing a magic show or something.
Yeah, when you're of that caliber, I guess you don't actually read the book. You just read the teleprompter in front of you, and you just hold the book as a prompt, I guess.
He had a porn mag inside. He just didn't realize this Facebook on the outside was the wrong way up.
And when the teleprompter's not ready is when they start stuttering. Then you know the teleprompter's screwed up. If you listen to Biden's speeches, it seems like he has a little microphone in his ear, and they're telling him exactly what to say.
Yeah, but he like as if he doesn't even understand what they're saying. You know, he just whatever that thing was. Remember he said that about.
Yeah, he'll say that shit. Like it's like he's repeating or reading, but he's not understanding or caring about what he says.
He can only memorize 3 words at a time, I think, and they give him a sentence, and he just doesn't know what to do.
this Biden that we get in TV, that he acts very dumb and he forget things. That's the trick. He's actually acting. He's playing dumb.
Yeah,
he's doing this dumb, kind of mentally ill guy. That's an act.
Yeah. So you know Boris Johnson, the UK Prime Minister, he's like that bumbling idiot with the messy hair and stuff. I've had two different people who like friends of friends tell me one of them worked with him on some government projects through the railways a while back, and they said in the meetings he was sharp, controlling, knew exactly what was going on, like commanding of the room, whatever, which he doesn't act like on TV. And then another one was an RAF flight attendant that would take, dignitaries and people around the world or whatever, across the world. And they said that he, like 10 minutes before they're due to land, he would just get his coat, put it on messily, scruff up his hair all messy, kink up his tie, and then say, Do I look like I'm ready to go? Just total act preparation.
It's a freaking
Total.
act. It is.
They'll go to the Skull and Bones acting school.
Yeah, they all are definitely actors. There's no doubt about that.
Well, who are the people that are in charge? Who are these controllers? Anybody?
I'd love to know.
The grapplers just don't know exactly who they are. Like wits at suits.
Here's a question: are they human? We know they're inhumane, but are they human?
That is a good question. David Icke doesn't seem to think so.
You know, maybe they are some kind of lizard. I don't know if you've seen the episode called The Deprogrammers from the Outer Limits of the 90s, but it's a really interesting example of what they kind of are. I joke about them being lizards, but that episode has a pretty good show on it.
How would any of you suggest we go about figuring this out?
You know, it's kind of like
It's really tough.
It's kind of like Dorothy in The Wizard of Oz when she sees the big green man, and then he's kind of like, pay no attention to the man behind the curtain.
Someone's got to start dating a royal princess or something. Have a look what's under her skirt.
Well, I'll admit, I think it's interesting that, David Icke has accused a lot of people of being not human, and none of these people have taken him to court to sue him. And keep in mind, David Icke does have money that he can be sued for because he sold books, but none of these people have collected on that money. But I'm not saying I think they're that necessarily. I'm not going to make any claims. After all, what can I prove?
It would bring up questions in court, though, wouldn't it?
And maybe he's telling the truth.
So a friend of mine explained to me that reptilians for David Icke is a code word. That he doesn't actually think that they're living, breathing reptiles. It's a code word for their religion/ethnicity.
I don't know, because he kind of just names them outright too. Well,
yeah, that kind of sounds like the whole accusing David Icke of being an anti-Semite, and I'm not going to say I really know the guy that well, but I kind of don't buy that. I've listened to a lot of his speeches, and like, if you listen to all those speeches of his, and you come away with that with he's an anti-Semite, like, we're really listening to the same speech, like, really?
Yeah, I used to think it was because the royals are known as blue bloods, that it had a connection to that, reptiles having cold blood or something. I always thought that was the connection, why he used that at first, but then, yeah, it did seem like he was just being a bit more, calling them reptiles as if they're creatures, but then, yeah, it could be code, I don't know.
He ties it to a bunch of interdimensional stuff and archons and stuff like that.
Yeah, if there's no evidence for it, there's no reason to believe it's true.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Well, it's not true, but yeah.
It's a cool story. Better
Cool
story.
Good night.
But it did let him build up a really interesting straw man, though. He did get to build up a really interesting straw man, and then he gets to beat up the straw man in his own way by making observations that are real and adding in some speculation and whatever else. But it's I'm sure most of them are so used to over there, they're so used to the British tabloids that they're like, oh, this is unique, this is interesting. What else does he got?
Actually, I got an idea. So, Battle Mod was talking about the subject of how he thinks the Queen, and I'm not even saying he's wrong. Hell, he might be right. I think he might be right, but I'm not going to say it with certainty. But he thinks the Queen of England is a man, dressed as a woman, and that they select people from within this family, for this kind of thing. And so my thought is maybe this David Icke thing, maybe this whole the British royals are lizards, blah blah blah, duh thing is maybe it's a psyop. Maybe it's meant to distract people. Maybe it's meant to discredit the truth. The truth being that the Queen is a man, not a lizard.
Yeah, it's probably a diversion. Like, come on, let's just see a reptilian.
Yeah. I've seen Battle Mod go into the...
Talking about that, you gotta be careful with that topic and the new terms of service, TOS of the Discord, because that topic is hot. And it's gonna be one of those topics that you can't even... It's gonna be one of... No, the
man ladies.
The man lady, whatever. That's gonna be a topic that is gonna be like the V and the C stuff that you're not allowed to talk about.
Well, maybe it'd be better if we just use the term cross-dresser specifically, because that's...
Yeah. That's crazy. Like, it goes with the point that you're saying, that they're obfuscating from the actual thing and giving you these stories about lizards, lizard people, whatever. But then you're not allowed to kind of talk about the real thing. Just talk about the conspiracy fantasy thing, but not about the actual thing.
Yeah.
But which is more likely? Because we know men exist, we know women exist, we don't know that reptilians exist, because I don't see any. I've never observed any. And so, what's more likely? The truth. Queen of England.
You never seen a movie? They show them in the movies, just like the globe.
Oh, and it must be true. Why didn't I think of that?
Yeah, haven't you seen Godzilla?
Is that what the Japanese Prime Minister said when he met the Queen? It's really crazy, though, how many people are so insistent that aliens exist in one kind of conspiratorial form or another in their mind. Whether they're like, oh, I'm not claiming like that the reptilians exist. I just think that there's on other planets somewhere far out there. Like they're either that way or they're like, the David Icke. Oh yeah, they're coming here and there's an invisible war going on just up in space. We can't see it. But there's the good aliens and the bad aliens, and the good aliens are rooting for us. They're like, yay, humanity, and the bad ones are like, oh no, we want to enslave humanity, even though it's not really clear how they'd be doing that or for what purpose or what evidence for what purpose, And it's like, either way, it's just amazing. Like there's a lot of people out there that still think this stuff is true. But what really, what I find more disturbing, because I used to think a lot of this nonsense was true. What I find disturbing is when I bring it to their attention that it's not true and there's no evidence for it and the earth is flat. And how they're like, no, the earth is a ball. The earth is a ball and aliens are real. Because it's like, for so many years, nobody brought that to my attention. If they had, I would have reacted the way that it did when someone did bring it to my attention that the earth is flat. I accepted it right then and there. wasn't thinking about aliens, but I was thinking about the shape of the Earth. I was like, yeah, accepted it right then and there, which at the time I didn't realize was uncommon, at least sort of, more or less.
You
But like,
introduced. I just want to say you were introduced to the flat Earth at the perfect time.
oh, it was 2016 when it was brought to my attention. But it's like, I'm just saying, like, the point is, if anyone had pointed out to me, oh, there's no evidence for aliens, there's no evidence for it, there's no reason to think it really is real, there's no evidence for it. If someone had pointed that out to me in like 2015, 2014 or something like that, I'm like, oh yeah, valid point. There's no evidence for aliens. I guess there is no reason to think they're real, or the vacuum of space for that matter. But it's like, I don't know, just a lot of people just can't. Some people they're just brainwashed. They just can't get it. In the realm of objective reality, there's no evidence for something, no reason to think it exists. Kind of like unicorns or Santa Claus. There's no evidence for it. They don't exist.
That's the problem with trying to find out who these people are. If they're lizards or giants, or if they're possessed, or if they're demons. You can't really find out. You can't get evidence.
Mike check.
They control the media, so how would they tell you who they are? Miguel, you're loud and clear.
Okay, thanks. I saw a long time ago, like 1996, TV series. The name was Psy Factor. Let me see. Psy Factor Chronics of the Paranormal. It's a Canadian science fiction drama television series. Okay, so they did those series inspired by the paranormal investigations of the OSIR, Office of Scientific Investigation and Research. It's a private. I was doing a search about this OSIR. It's a private organization. Okay, so they research paranormal, and I saw one episode or two, and they talk about shape shifters. People that can change his airface. So if it is inspired in some phenomena that happen, maybe those shapers shaped are lizard. I don't know, maybe. But I hear about that a long time ago. And the movie They Live. You can't see without the glasses. You don't see any normal faces, but with the glasses you can see the other faces. So maybe they exist. I don't know.
Yeah, and the show for visitors.
Yes,
that was a good show, and that was the leaders were actually lizards, but disguised as human, right?
Yeah, and I remember there's a movie, Enemies Mine, I think. And let me see if I find it.
Dennis Quaid was in an Enemy Mine.
Yes, that one. Enemy Mine.
He has a baby with it, didn't he?
Yes, so, and you know that lizard guy. When they talk about, you know, his parents, or sorry, his family tree, you know, like that. They sing a lot, you know, they sing a lot of generations, and that was something I keep in my mind because there's an interview with a lizard, Lacerda, I think, and I don't know if it was true, but in that interview, she talks about this same thing, you know, when they talk about you know, some kind of family tree, they sing. So maybe I like to cross a lot of information with many sources. So you know, that's one possibility to find out, you know, more truth. So I don't say they don't exist, but I, you know, something is going on. So that was my my contribute, you know, because when I saw those, you know, that TV series, Psy Factor, so, and they say they, you know, they inspired by some files from the OSIR, Office of Scientific Investigation and Research. So this company exists, this organization exists. So, and yeah, so maybe something is going on. But then you know, when they talk about Lady Queen and etc., maybe that's, I don't know if that's true or not. I think I keep in the speculation field.
Even if we use it just as a label, because they're different humans from us. They're like the predator class. They might as well be reptiles.
You know, the best people, you know, to check with, I think, is the militaries. Some militaries may have some truths about that. And you know, some of them maybe have these encounters, but they keep secret, like the flat earth. You know, when you go to Antarctica, why the them, those militaries ask, does an interview with you, and they ask about the shape of the earth. Why? So where there's smoke, there's fire. So, and this is from an interview I saw, an helicopter pilot that worked at Antarctica, and he talks about this. I sent this to Jamsi because it's in Spanish. And you know, by the way, this guy, when he worked a long time ago at Antarctica, he was a glober, you know. But years later, he does a live stream at YouTube with another 3 flat earths, you know, talking about flat earth. So, isn't that amazing? And he even talks about when he was at Antarctica, some station there. I don't remember what the name was, but he made a friendship with a scientist there, and he showed the real stuff they are studying there. The blue sky rock. So yeah, and this guy even went to the CERN, and he says that the real CERN is above the first one, because the first one is just for tourism, and TV, and the real one is down, and there's access with an elevator. So, and by the way, I saw yesterday that the Brazil guys, government, they did some agreement with CERN, but I hear some Brazilian guys that there was another, but it was clandestine. I don't know, but they are now together, Brazil and those guys from CERN, doing secret things. But yeah, I hear a few years ago, like 2 years, there are more many flat earthers. They don't want talk about lasers and other things. They prefer to be, to say that's a speculation. But if someone wants to know the truth, more, so I like to, do like those guys from CIA and FBI. I cross information, and I have the luck to understand Spanish, and many videos I cross information because they are talking about the same thing. So just a type for everyone who wants to know more. There are some flat earthers. They say, they about Antarctica. They just say we can go there, we can't go there, and etc. But if you start showing a lot of information, people that work there, people like some Brazilian guys in the year 2012. These guys, Jamsin knows because I talked to him. These guys did experiments and measurements with lasers. They went to big lakes, and they found the flatness of water. And they even have access through the Brazil Navy, to an area next to Antarctica. I think maybe between New Zealand and Antarctica. They released an high altitude balloon there, and they saw a huge landmass, another continent beyond Antarctica. So, but can they go there, or there's some kind of wall, the dome firmament? But they saw. So I think there's more to find out. And they were to release a documentary about the anomaly of the stars, but they didn't do yet that because of the Fauci, Fauci vax. So maybe maybe later they, like 1 year ago, maybe they, show to us what they found. These guys have some office around the world, and they have access and help. For with the Navy of Brazil. But these guys went to some observatories, and then they deny access to some part of these observatories. Maybe where they manipulate, they do the CGI. I don't know. But they are guys. They are scientists, and they want to know the truth, like us. And yeah, so. But it's interesting because these guys found they went to Antarctica, and yeah. So if we cannot go there, maybe these guys can tell more. What's up there. And there's a book, Beyond the Poles. I think it talks about Antarctica and the North Pole, some things. I saw a little about this book I searched in Google. I went to Google Book, and there's some page we can see there, and it talks. The Earth is not a sphere, and there's some important things. I'm thinking to buy this book. And it says that when you go to the North Pole, ships, old ships that went there, they sink because of the metal parts they have in the ship. They are attracted down, so next, to the center of this North Pole, something's going on. So that's what I want to contribute. If I find some lizard in the future, maybe I can take a picture. I don't know.
Yeah, man.
But I want to avoid them. They are lizards, and they want to protect their place. So maybe don't approach. Don't go there.
Don't go to the north or the south.
Oh, if you want to go, you will find the militaries.
Right. Yeah, they protect it up there, down there, wherever it is.
Maybe you can send some drones. I don't know.
Some drones. No, there was a group of folks back a couple years, maybe like 2015, 16, maybe 17. And they were going to try to get enough money and resources to see what's at the North Pole. But of course they were stopped. And they claimed it was just because they weren't able to get enough money to do it, but I highly doubt that was the problem. But yeah, anyway, so you were saying something about the ships and their metal parts were being drawn down magnetically?
Yes, the nails and this old ships were made of wood, and they have some metal parts there. In this book, Beyond the Poles, I know this book because I hear some flat earth from Brazil talking about, and it talks some things about the North Pole.
Yeah, I've heard quite a bit about it. To be honest, it's the center of the creation disk, as a lot of people think.
But 1 month ago, I saw one video. This guy is a Masonic guy, and he draws the flat earth, and the Masonic symbol, so below the earth,
As above, so below.
yeah, and he talks about the black sun, and this black sun goes like a inverted pyramid, to the sun and to the moon, lighting, I don't know, through this North Pole.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know.
Well, there's a lot of theories that the black sun is below and the white sun or yellow sun that we see is above. So it's saying Jesus is the sun and he's putting his light into the holiest of holies, i.e. having sex with the center of the earth at the North Pole. And the light is going both up and down, in and out, and it's like a constant process of the sun putting light downwards and then reality coming out of that, right, and sprinkling down as the aurora borealis. That's what we see is like, you know what I mean? Like our creative life is that green shit in the sky. Anyway, this is one opinion stance that a lot of people share. There's a corner of flat earthers that believe that stuff.
Yeah, so maybe I can save it. I saw in the Facebook this Masonic, and the guy, but it was someone talking in Spanish about this video.
Cool. Post it.
But I have to go there. Yeah, but I didn't saw this. This was my first time. I saw that guy talking, this Masonic guy talking about this. Maybe some truth. Okay, I was thinking about that you posted. Yeah, so that's interesting. I think that is a real real video someone made about the North Pole.
Oh yeah, are you checking out the thing I posted in the voice text? Yeah. I don't know if it's real or not, but that's the most fascinating video, if it's real, that I've ever seen. I think ever in my life. But yeah, if that is the North Pole, that's a video someone got in I think it's the late 80s. I researched this specific video a while ago, and then it was years and years ago, and so I don't know where that research went, but anyway, doesn't matter. It's just
thanks,
a video.
Man.
Yeah, it's super cool looking. Yeah, like I said, if it's real, it's wowee. But yeah.
When I was talking, I was thinking about this, but I didn't know how to talk about it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's no problem. That's kind of why I chimed in. It's an interesting topic. It's to me, it's one of the most interesting topics. And had I not come across flat Earth, I certainly wouldn't have come across this topic.
I saw a video. A guy. It was in Spanish.
Okay.
It was at YouTube, but it talks about some guy that went to astral projection, and he passed this this container above, and then but it was some guy that talk later, about his experience, and but I have to go check this out. But it was not a flat Earth video,
Mm-hmm.
But it was interesting because he talks about okay. So he talks like it complements the flat Earth, because if after this container there was a vacuum, doesn't match what this guy went through. So it matched with the flat Earth. But I have to find this one I saw, because he talks. He saw. He was an astral, so projection, and he processed this container with help from other two beings.
Wait, are you saying he went through the firmament?
Yes, but to do that, he had to. He needed the help to do that.
I'm sure. I'm sure you do need some help doing that.
even in astral, he didn't know how to go through. But
yeah, wow. So like astrally, there's a firmament too.
Maybe you cannot go there to go through if you don't know how to
there's
do
a
it.
blockage. There's always like a
Some
gate
kind of,
you got to go through. There's always a gate and a gatekeeper. Jeez.
Or some kind of field, a magnetic field. I don't know.
Right.
But he had the help of two beings,
Cool.
In astral. And what he found late, just when he crossed the firmament, is water, and a lot like in The Simpsons. That episode. Exactly like that. Huge, giant
water.
Undersea water fish. Creatures.
Fishy creatures. So it's funny because it's like they think that so many people that are really bogged down into thinking that Simpsons part where the sky comes into the stadium, it's like a lot of people think that that's what it is, and if the firmament were cracked, that shit would come down in. Of course, it's obviously speculation, but it's like you just keep hearing about it, and you're like, man, am I really just this bubble underwater? And like, come on, what?
But okay, so
are you sure?
When you cross this, when I saw that, and you keep moving, you keep doing your normal things. But when you see this Simpsons episode, are they literally talking to us the truth?
Well, maybe. Who knows?
Yeah.
See, I think it could also very well be just another rabbit hole thing to like make conspiracy, people like ourselves, focus on it and act like it's something when it may not be anything. I don't know.
Yeah. But it was interesting because it has nothing about flat Earth. It's some testimony. Something some guy talk about his experience, and so he then find these huge creatures, and beyond there's more, but the just above they talk about the gods, the gods, the sky. Sorry, the gods share. Where's the sky of God? I don't know. But you went there too, and beyond that.
Wait, hold on. Before we go further, who is this that you're talking about?
Some guy from Brazil.
Oh, okay.
But
it was a video you saw, you say?
Yes, but this channel is another guy, talking about this testimony.
Okay.
So, but it was interesting because the experiment, the experience, this thing this guy live, and then beyond, it's like the biblical cosmology. You see another layers up.
Yeah, there's
But
layers. You got your 7 layers. You got your 7th heaven. You got all this stuff going on. Yeah. Yep.
yeah, so
The Kabbalistic.
When you go more
Yep.
layers up, these guys that were with him, they saw don't go there because you may lost and not find. Even in astral, you may lost and you cannot go back to here. It's like
Like
another.
it's like going into a coma.
No, up there like another dimensions or.
That's what I mean. Like you're okay. So let me get this straight. If I'm gonna astrally travel, project, whatever, my mind, soul, whatever that is, leaves the body, goes somewhere else, and does some shit, right?
Exactly, and
Okay. So hold on. Are you saying that it's possible to get stuck in that, i.e., something like a coma, right? Because the spirit is gone, but the body's still there, pumping gas for no reason.
Yeah, so they say these two beings that was with him said, "Don't go there because you may lost and you cannot go back to your
Fucking
body."
scary, dude. No way. No way.
So,
no thanks,
yeah.
dude.
Maybe
It's funny though. Are you still in reality if you go there? You're just in a different reality. It's not like you're. So, like, technically, can you ever be lost in a dream, or are you just in another dream?
Maybe.
Damn.
When I grew up, when I was born, I was more awake, and I have repeated nightmares about some situations, and I didn't understand why. When I was a baby and like 1-2 years, why I had these nightmares. So years later, I realized that maybe those are not just nightmares, but for those who at least believe, in past lives.
Yes.
So it's
I'll tell you something
another
weird about. I had a recurring dream last night, and I kept waking up and then going back into it, and it happened like more than 4 times.
Yeah.
I was in the same dream, and like I could control what was happening, like what my character was doing in the dream, and I woke myself up saying things to someone, right, just like speaking out loud, and then I would go right back into the dream in the same spot and pick back up and like have a conversation and like take care of this thing I was doing, and it was the weirdest thing, man. Weirdest thing.
By the way, I hear someone talking about the same thing. This person was a Portuguese woman, and someday I saw in the TV, and she says, when I wake up and do my daily life, and when I go dream, I can continue the dream I was dreaming last night, like you said,
Yeah. Yep.
But that's a huge control, and but my nightmares I never can change. It's like.
Oh.
But
yeah. Yeah,
when
they
I
do
was,
just kind of do what they do, right?
Yeah, when I was more younger. Now I don't have those nightmares, but it's like that movie, the Jason Bourne.
Yeah.
So he doesn't remember, but he has
amnesia.
Anybody alive?
Roger Dodger.
No.
Bleep bleep.
I'm checking if my live stream is working again, so
Seems to be just working just fine. Looks like there's absolutely no Globers or new people in here, is there?
no. I don't know what happened in your night. So.
Yeah, well, shit happens. I am going to go down to chill chat for a while and hang out. If anybody wants to join me down there for some chill conversation, I'd appreciate anybody that would want to come down and just shoot the shit for a while. If not, that's fine too. I just would rather leave the live stream for somebody new that comes in. They can have that conversation there. I'm just going to go down and chill and hang out. If somebody shows up, they do. If they don't, they don't. And you guys have a nice night.
Yes.
Jack. Existentialist. fraud that is SpaceX. The whole thing is definitely a hoax, so I'll kind of walk you through it. There's several points that are easy to point out as clear deception. This first part here, pay attention to this guy sitting in the chair. See how he rocked back, hands on his stomach there? You'll notice that just a couple seconds later here, that the video went right back to that same shot again. So just a quick deception. You'll see we're back in that same room. Again, you'll see this guy in the blue shirt. He'll do the same move again. Hands on the stomach, rocks. The people in the background, I've tried to take a look at. They look fake to me. At times you do see them cheering, or it doesn't seem like it ever coincides with what's going on in the building. So to me, it is fake. This is the Falcon that took off on April 14th. So I kind of watched the whole thing and watched the Dragon dock with the ISS. The whole thing is a joke. I would love comments from anybody out there who's going to try and tell me that this is real, this is what goes on in space. Please come comment, tell me how you believe it, because it's 100% false. Now watch right here, you'll see this big old baggy section here or something that just raises up out of nowhere. No idea what that is. No idea even where that camera shot is. Is it inside the rocket? If you watch that takeoff of that rocket, watch the camera as it goes up. It never moves, never shakes, doesn't tremble. It just stays completely still. That right there is impossible. There's no way you could have that happen on a rocket to space. You couldn't get a camera to stay that still with somebody who's walking down the street, let alone flying to space. So again, I still don't know what's going on in this image here. Now there, you see it drop its, I forgot what it's dropping there, going to the second stage, but look at the picture behind you. I mean, that is not the Earth. Why is it all of a sudden glowing white? Is this a particular camera that only can be used during this stage switch? I mean, it just makes no sense. And look at these particles supposedly flying off in space. As you see some of them that I'm circling, they're not going in a consistent direction. Space would be, once it starts off in a certain direction, it has to continue in that direction forever. That's what we were taught. That's what we're told. But look at, we've got these little particles that are just kind of floating. Then other pieces will fly very quickly by. And I stayed on this shot because if you watch the Earth here, watch how pieces will actually now come off the Earth towards the little shuttle there, whatever the hell that is. Then they'll take you back to the NASA headquarters, and I just like pointing out these people that look like they're sleeping. This guy's sleeping. This girl over here has no clue what she's doing. I mean, none of these people are even working. Is this their job? Another thing I noticed yesterday was that doesn't appear that there's any keyboards. So it looks like they're just all sitting, staring at screens. Kind of reminds me if you've ever been gambling or horse racing late night at the casino in Vegas. This is what you see at 2 a.m. in the sports book. Just people looking like their life is over. They'd rather be anywhere else. But yeah, they show you this. I don't know what we're supposed to think here, that this is exciting or that these people are really important. I mean, imagine if you have a space shuttle going, let's say, to the moon, Apollo 11. Would you really put your life in the hands of all these people sitting at computer screens? The buttons they press mean nothing. They don't have any control over anything. So here I was pointing out again that there's little bits and fragments that are peeling off of the Earth, and who knows why. I mean, the whole thing is disgusting, really. It is not real in any way. And if somebody's got any tips, or if they think it's real because their brother went to space or something, hey, comment. I would love to hear it, because all I see here is complete. It's not even good fakery. It's crap. Look at this. This is the extending of the solar panels. I mean, what is this? First of all, you saw that. I don't know if I pointed it out at the top of the screen. That's a light. That is nothing more than a light from the inside of a studio that shows up in the top as that thing opens. Let's see what's next here for this fabulous CRS-6 launch. So now they're showing inside the International Flight Center room is what they call it. And you'll see here that none of these people are doing anything important. So in some of these videos I will skip ahead a little bit till we find... Oh, here's the approaching Dragon. You can see it down at the... Well, it's at the top of the screen. You'll notice that the clouds are not moving, not morphing at all like real clouds would. You'll also notice that the Dragon itself will never get closer during a camera shot. It will cut away and come back, and each time it's a little bit closer, a little bit closer, a little bit closer, but you never actually see it getting closer to the ISS. Okay, so now notice here, what happened to the Earth? So you see we just skipped ahead a little bit, and now the Earth is gone. We still have that same view. We're still looking down from the top of, I guess, the ISS. You can see the Dragon at the top of the screen. Now it just went to a completely disgusting screen. Who knows what's going on there? This is my least favorite person in the world, something Cristoforetti. She did not put hairspray in her hair today. It's impressive. So you see I am just skipping around a little bit here. I actually watched this whole thing. It was painful. First of all, look at this disaster. Look at this mess. These are scientists. I mean, this is disgusting that they just have wires and computers. It's meant to look like they're doing something. They're not doing anything. They're taking video camera pictures and photos. So now all of a sudden it's black outside. Just a second ago it was, we could see the clouds, if you recall. Earth was bright blue right in front of us. Now all of a sudden we just see lights coming in a black sky. It'll keep showing these guys like they're important. This guy over here just reads a paper the whole time, and this other guy looks like he'd rather shoot himself in the face and sit there. And here's these two. I know the one guy's name is Vril or something, and this is Cristoforetti. Notice her hair is nice and flat today. If you ever see her on her once-a-week calls that she does with schools or something, she'll put all that hairspray in her hair and have it stick straight up. But not today. She must have woke up late or something. So yeah, they're just sitting in this messy little, what they call the cupola, which is the circular windows that they take the pictures. Again, we flip back. We just see the red and green light approaching. I mean, this is 2015. This is not 1936. This is how bad of the video that we get. The whole talk this whole time was that this girl, Cristoforetti, was going to use some Canada arm, and it was going to grapple with the dragon. And I mean, it's just ridiculous. They must have repeated it. If you watch it, go watch it on YouTube and just count the amount of times that the guy says the words grapple, or the times that it would happen. And it's just ridiculous. Robotic arm, Canada robotic arm number 2, and we'll grapple with the dragon. And I mean, it's just over and over. It's like, it's just terrible. So this view here is showing some of these guys, and I was just pointing out that they really look like they're doing nothing. I don't see any keyboards. Looks like just computer screens. And looking up at the big board up there, you notice they've got the, not the flat Earth map, but the flat map on the screen. Here's these 3 guys again. Notice this guy is still reading the same piece of paper. Don't know what his job is. And the guy with the beard still looks like he wants to kill himself. And who knows what the guy in the blue is doing. But all this is just nonsense. It's meant for you to tune in, see that they're doing it, say, oh, space is real. And then you disappear and go tell all your friends how cool Elon Musk is. And he's not cool. This is just all continued propaganda. I mean, the sad thing is this has been going on 56 years that we've been dealing with this, and everybody just accepting it, and it's getting just disgusting at this point. They're not getting any better at it. They probably did their best work in 69 to 72, because since then, this is technology caught up with them. And they know that they can't fake something that we wouldn't notice, so they've got to kind of almost dummy it down so we don't see something fantastic and say, hey, that's not real. So instead they show us these crappy images, and I mean, look at this now. Where did this glare come from? I mean, that is just horrendous, that video. Now here I'm going to be checking. I want to show you that it's going to get daytime here in a second. Supposedly they see a sunrise every 45 minutes or 40 minutes, something like that. And so you'll see here in a second it's going to get daytime. And just pay attention to the fact of when is it daytime inside the ISS, when is it daytime outside where they're showing the dragon. It's just a complete mess. They can't keep anything in order. And it's just all the proof that you need to clearly see that SpaceX is a joke. NASA as an extension or Big Brother, whatever you want to call it, is a joke. This guy is a joke. And Cristoforetti is a joke. And all these astronauts who are pretending. Now, did you notice there he looked at his watch? He looked at his watch and now he's pressing some buttons or doing something, twisting something up there. And then all of a sudden it's going to turn daytime. So who knows? I don't like to make any accusations. I just think that they're all jokers. And it's like a big acting gig. None of this stuff is real. Believe me, if you were up in a space center where an item, this dragon, is about to dock with your spacecraft, meaning it could go offline, it could veer, who knows what could happen. It could blow up and blow a hole into the space. None of these guys are wearing any kind of suits. One little puncture into this ISS and these guys are all dead. So that they're not up there. And you'll see now the sun coming in. You're getting glare, but you can clearly see that the sun would be coming from the upper right in this view, which will be important later. So now we're back outside, and you'll see there's this glare that was there 5 minutes ago. It's the same glare, so if you're going to say that glare is from the sun, then how come the sun was 5 minutes late getting into the ISS? These things are very close now. Makes no sense. They showed that 5 minutes too early. If you pay close attention, you'll see that this thing is supposedly correcting its position by shooting out little, see that? Little, who knows what, little jet streams, little rocket boosters. You saw that one spit out. See another one from the lower right here. Now, this is interesting because in a minute, you will actually see it shoot from the solar panel. So there is no rocket booster on the solar panel. We saw that get deployed. So keep watching where I have the mouse here, and you'll see it's always shooting out from the bottom. There's another one from the right side. And in a second, it will just randomly shoot out of the
I think I watched this video
solar
last
panel.
night, for a little bit anyway.
There's another one from the right.
What, Jeranism,
But do you
busting
see
NASA's
there's another one
balls
from the lower left. Do you see the glare too? What is the glare? What are those lights up there went? So it just shot out of the solar panel for no reason.
For no reason.
What are these glares? What is this? I have no idea what any of that is. Space would be a lot more black. There would be a lot more stars. We don't see any stars. And that's the same thing they couldn't do when they went to the moon, or supposedly went to the moon. They couldn't show stars because they knew that people would be able to figure out the time and make sure the stars were in the right spot. So what do? They just erase them. They're just completely gone. Now we get another view from above, which now notice this. We'll just switch positions all over for camera angles.
I'm just agreeing with Jaron there. No, man, I don't know too many people that are really better at. There's a couple that were really great at busting NASA's balls. There's a guy, Level Earth Observer, on YouTube. His name's Adam. He's one of the best, man. He's funny. Jeranism is good, and Russian vids he was okay. Karen B, man. Shout out to Karen B. Damn, she made some great videos. I looked at her list today, and I watched one of her videos. She's really good at busting NASA's balls. And space balls. She busts space balls all freaking day, every day, man. Anyway, shout out to the YouTube chat. We got Martin and Ben holding the lumpy gas out there.
Shout out to the keyboard warriors.
Keyboard, man, you got to shout those guys out more often, man. They do keep it going out there. You know, it's tough. It's tough out there sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes you can't voice chat.
You know,
sometimes there's a difference between sometimes you can't voice chat and sometimes you're always only in the.
Yeah, it's just not my wheelhouse, man. I ain't gonna argue with somebody on a fucking chat box. Fuck off. No. Get your ass on the microphone, man. And then we can talk. Yeah, because I can't hear your voice. I can't hear your inflections. You might be making a joke, and I don't know, man. But I might take it the wrong way, or you're gonna take something I said the wrong way, and I don't like that, man. I'd much prefer audio or both video.
You could argue with somebody for a day or two, and then it'll be a different account and then a different name, and it'll actually be the same guy.
Right.
So, like
nah, you can't fool us on the microphone, man. Once you get your ass on the mic,
a lot of people do not.
You can't fool our asses. We fucking.
They're repeat offenders, so they cannot join voice. They cannot join voice because you'll know who they are.
Yep. So yeah, that's why they wimp out and stay out there in the chat. You know, I got banned. I always hear that. Man, I got banned. Yeah, I'm banned. And I'm like, dude, going to VC check-in. Well, I don't know. If you guys know something I don't.
Yeah, there's the guy crying in lobby that he got banned or muted. And then I just asked him, do you have glow proof? And he would never.
Yeah.
Like, I wasn't talking about that.
I got banned. I got banned.
Like, we're not here to hear your bullshit stories. We'll stop you within 10 seconds, possibly.
No, man. We're here to see your fucking proof for curvature or spin or something like that. Either one of those.
Yeah, like, I would give 10 or 15, 20 seconds to say his spiel, and then you catch him in double speak right after that. But you got to let him talk for like 10 or 15 or something. Yeah.
Hey, man. Yeah, it's funny, man. I listened. I don't know, maybe just a couple hours today, man. I had kind of an off day, man. I needed to just take a break. I watched some other like weird videos and shit. Anyway, I wasn't around here. I was around here about 3 hours ago. I was listening, and there was some engineer guy who was in here he's trying to just be the opposite opinion of the flat earthers. Yeah, he just wants to be that guy, and he admitted it. I was like, all right, there's, every good conversation might have to have, a yin and a yang to it. I get it, but proof is proof, man. And if you ain't providing proof and you're just providing, hearsay and just imagine or something like that. Yeah, that's not gonna fly around here, man.
Yeah. It's the last couple of guys I asked, they said satellites, and then I asked them for the pictures, their pictures, and obviously it's over. Like, it never happens.
Pictures. Yeah. Hey, man, if it was, space was so easy, bro. I mean, it would have been decades ago. They would have put a 24-hour live stream on the moon. Would have been epic. Would have been so cool, man. Have like a,
I think they could put a 24-hour
I mean, they could have done this
stream
with like,
on the moon.
less. Yeah, they could have done it for like $1 million or some shit, man. But it's not real, so they can't do it. So then they can't fake it because it would look like shit. I mean, they are faking it. Most people are buying it. I mean, there's some moon pictures. And
I don't really think it would look like shit because with CGI now, there's really no excuse
even
for
the
it
new
to look like shit.
best CGI, man. We were talking about this last night, man. About the movie Gravity and how fucking amazing that CGI was, man. It was top shit in my book.
Halo looks good,
but I don't know. Most people buy it, but I think when you grow up with CGI and you know what CGI looks like, and you played enough video games, and it's fucking ain't right, man. It's just you just know.
Is the movie or anything in the movie observable, measurable, repeatable, or is it just on TV?
Oh, it's just TV, man. It's just a screen, man. That's all it is.
Yeah, so you ask him for...
Who are you asking?
No. You just ask the Glober for... They may say that, like the CGI or NASA, but like they didn't do it. They have no observable, measurable, repeatable.
Exactly, man. We'll hold their feet to the fire on that all day long around here. That's what I love about you guys. Anybody comes in here, we just kind of hold your feet to the fire a little bit, get you nice and toasty toes. And, we want something we can do ourselves and check out ourselves and measure. And we've done our work, man. What do you got? Okay.
The television.
I got refraction. Oh, that was another thing today. Like, you don't understand refraction, man. This guy was saying that 273-mile-long photograph of the mountains. The mountains aren't there, man. They're like a mile below. It's going to lift the fucking mountains a mile up into your vision. Fuck off. No, it's not. It's ridiculous.
Refraction.
It's just ridiculous to think that. And again, Rob Skiba did the thing on the boat with the Lake Michigan and the whole bit in Chicago, where he just went, okay, we're 58 miles away. There's the city. We're going to take a boat ride all the way to the city and film the whole thing. And they did. And sure shit, man. As soon as he got there, the buildings were right there, right in front of his face. It's pretty cool. Anyway, no refraction necessary. That city of Chicago. We're on a boat ride. Here we go. 50.
Yeah, it's one of the best proofs because it was on mainstream, and you can even get them to deny. They'll even say it's a mirage, or they'll say it's CGI, and then
it was
like,
CGI.
so like a real picture. The mainstream news says it's real. Everybody knows it's real, but you said it's CGI. So like,
no, it's refraction. What you're seeing here is a mirage. And I'm like, what? No, bullshit. I call him bullshit on that. Anyway, so yeah, busting NASA's ass and busting the ball is like my favorite pastime. So,
what is it
and
called when you see light like?
Go ahead, Worldwide.
Not a mirage, but like at the end of the horizon of your like vanishing point of your what you see like where the like on a really hot day where the road looks like water, like that heat coming off the ground.
I've seen that.
What is that called exactly?
Atmospheric interference. I
So I don't want to use the word mirage, but like you know what I mean.
Atmos interference. I don't know.
no,
It's a heat thing. I don't know.
I've even seen that driving in the road -30 in the mirage driving on the road, whether it be the sunlight reflecting off the ice. I've seen it.
Yeah, it's like the sunlight.
So hot cold, it happens.
It makes it look like water a little bit, and then it's kind of wavy.
Well, it makes it look like slippery ice, and then you keep driving and turn the road. So it's like, whoa, it's going to be slippery. No, that's just the mirage.
I just didn't know if there was a different term for it besides.
I don't drive in ice, so I can't tell you.
Yeah, there could be a specific term.
No. Yeah, I've driven on ice, and it's just not something I do very often. But it's scary, man. Riding on ice fucking sucks, man. It makes me really super nervous, especially if it's snowing out. Fuck.
Do a skid.
It's not fun. You get white knuckles.
It is fun.
Anyway, it's mirages. Yeah, that thing's gonna lift a mountain up, whatever, a mile up in the air, so my retina can see it from 250 miles, 270, whatever.
I would put him for a small scale demonstration of like, show me a basketball at 10 feet or 5 feet or 20 feet, and show me something elevated behind the basketball.
Yeah, take a basketball, set it on the ground, drive however many miles away, and show me that basketball 10 feet in the air, man, please. That'd be great. Mile, I'll give you 2, 3 miles, however you want to go. 5? You 5 miles?
You could have an action figure behind the basketball, and then like you should be able to see the action figure behind the basketball at some point.
At some point, right? You should be able to see it.
According to the glow
it should refract up into my retina. Come on now. Bring the retina. Bring the basketball to my retina.
A little tiny army soldier behind the basketball and make it reflect above the basketball, just like Chicago skyline.
Yeah.
At 10 feet, 5 feet, 1 foot, 1 mile, like show me.
whatever it takes. Yeah. Hey, I've done the panning across the table thing. I love that one, man. Put your eyeball down here. I'm gonna slide the panty, man. Tell me when it disappears.
Oh, even like the flatter solar one.
And I go, do you see the penny? And they're like, nah, I can't see it down here with my eyeball on the edge of the table. You don't see penny by the time it gets to the other side of the table, man. It's gone. She gone. And there's no refraction. You could shine light on it, and it ain't coming back into view, man. Sorry.
I'm pretty sure when we were all younger swimming, we went at eye level with the water, and we were looking around like our own periscope, and then we see, like, if we would have known, we see way too far at 0 inches above water.
Yeah, that's one of Hank's observations. He got in the water and got his eyeball right down in the water and looked like 3-4 miles down the road. He's like, damn, that ain't good.
Yeah, I know I did it when I was a kid, and when Hank or Flat Earth Solar say it, obviously it resonates because I know I did it as a kid.
Right. But yeah, next time you get out in the summer, man, you're in the lake or whatever, man. Hop on it, hop in there, man. Get your eye down.
I already know.
I know, but it's just fun. I like doing it just to do it. You know, I like going in the ocean, so especially during the summertime, man. And I'll be out there, you know, eye level with the water and seeing way too far. Oh, it's still fun. It's still fun. Anyway, good times. I love summer, man. I don't know about you guys, man. I just like it when it's hot and warm and I can go swimming and cool off and summer fruits and, you know, everything's, people are warm. They wear less clothing. It's just, yeah, it's good. Good time, summer, that damn thing. It's summer's to be celebrated. I learned a long time ago. Yeah. It is a great time of year. Anyway, how does those seasons work on a flat Earth again? Oh, well, we live on a flat Earth and we have seasons, so it works. What's your point? Yeah, it's on. It works. How about that? The sun comes closer, it goes away. It gets cold when it comes back, it gets warm. You know, it's not complicated, man. You could check it out for yourself. It just goes farther away. It's not up in the air. It's not right over my head. When it's right over my head, that shit's hot as fuck, man. Oh man.
No, it's obvious if you in the same house and you see the sun come up in your certain windows at certain times of year, and it happens year after year after year.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of people are too busy and they don't.
Perfect. Yeah, it works every time, and it works on the flat Earth because we have no evidence of flat Earth, man, or globe Earth. No evidence whatsoever. We have evidence of flat Earth because we went out and measured it because we live here. We don't live in outer space, man. You go, hey, man, I'm going to go down there and measure that ball. No, you're not. Because there's no ball, man. Bye, ball. Anyway. Fun things in the flat Earth, man. Fun times. Good conversations in here the last couple days, last weekend. A lot of good people showing up, man. What's up, Helio? What's up? The boss is in the chat on YouTube, man. Ban everybody, Helio. Ban them all. You got a wrench. I hope I made him laugh at least. Shit. Fuck. I'm kidding. He knows I'm kidding. He knows my sense of humor by now. Mm-hmm. No, it's been a hell of a ride, boys and girls. If I can call you that, I'm not allowed to. Apparently, I'm not allowed to like be specific with gender announcements from now on. I don't know. It might be illegal. Way to go, peoples. Can I say that? I don't know what else to say, man. Yeah, the globe I live on. That's funny. Martin thinks I live on a globe. Really? Globes are usually on teachers' desks. Last time I checked. It is, they call it a globe, but isn't that just the thing that sits on the desk? We live on Earth, the last time I checked. I don't live on Earth, globe. I live globe. Globe good. Globe good. I live on globe.
Derf globe. Derf.
Globe good. Good globe good globe. Yeah, okay, man.
Same thing.
Oh, Mr. Roboto. Anybody seen my oblate spheroid laying around? Oblate? Yeah, spheroid. A spheroid. Anybody seen one of those? I forgot. I lost mine. Can't find it. Been looking, man. Been looking. Hey, how about that? Okay, I watched the video of Karen Bees today, man. I knew the story, but the way she put the video together was sweet, man. It was something. So Samsung came out with this satellite, man, that was going to take pictures of you from space on a video screen like a TV. You send up your picture to the TV in the satellite, and the satellite takes a picture of you and then sends it back to you. All right, it was called Samsung Selfie was the name of the program, the cell phones, whatever. But apparently this satellite that was in space, there's video where it crashed in some farm in fucking Michigan. And the way she put this video together, man, it was pretty epic. I laughed, and she did some voiceovers and shit. It's hilarious, dude. It's a fucking great video, man. But that is a true story about the Samsung selfie satellite, man. The SSS, by the way. That's Illuminati confirmed. I checked it. And yeah, it was just funny the way it got busted, man. And they had some superstar coming out and taking selfies in space with the satellite, and then the thing crashed back down to Earth on a balloon, by the way. On a balloon. It was on a fucking balloon. It wasn't in outer space if it's on a balloon, right? But then there's the balloons that went to space back in the early 60s called Echo 1 and Echo 2. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of those particular satellites. Those were big balloons. They went up to like 1,200 miles up above the surface of Earth. 1,200 miles. Yeah, man. Okay. We can't do that now. They did it back in 62. Shut the fuck up. What do you mean we can't do that now? I can send a balloon up 1,200 miles with a satellite.
You can do anything they did in 1900 now, even better.
Anything we did that we can be better.
I'll challenge you to a 1900 car to a now car, and let's race.
Oh, that's a challenge.
Joke's on you.
Any technology you have 1900, I'll take now.
I'll get Battle Mod in here, man, or Helio, man. Those guys are...
Tell me 1900 is more sophisticated than me.
Got a Model A.
Yeah, you'll go 20 miles per hour max.
Yeah, man. I mean, technology is supposed to advance, become better, cheaper. And it when it comes to the space thing, man, it seems like they kind of hit a wall somewhere after the moon landing, and they haven't been able to go back and like really hit the moon hard, man, with some like fuck this little.
The aliens are gonna pay for the wall.
You should be able to put a Tesla fucking Roadster on the moon and be ripping around there, that little Roadster, that little cute little 2-seater. Fuck yeah, man. Cool looking ride, man.
Yeah, there would be a Masonic Zionist Jesuit statue on the moon if they actually went there.
Yeah, well, Buzz and friends, didn't they bring their little aprons and whatever? I don't know.
And we know what shape it would be in also.
Diapers, whatever you want to call them. Aprons, diapers, whatever. Fuck off with your...
Why do they wear aprons?
Fuck off with your kooky fucking rituals. Fuck off.
After rituals, they need aprons.
I don't know what's up with the Freemasons, but in my town, in the Midwest here, I live in the middle of a nowhere, small pass-through sort of town.
Yeah.
And I was taking a bike ride with my nephew the other day, and I'm like, hey, go! I want to show you around the corner because I know this one spot. There's this tiny little shop building that has no It's like so much abandoned stuff in my town, but right above the doorway, it has set into the brick the Freemason logo with the letter G in it. And
Wow.
the compass and the whatever, the right angle ruler square thing.
Yeah. Square and compass, baby.
I don't know what it's about, but I'll send you the picture.
It was probably, I mean, I met a guy. I know a guy. I didn't meet a guy. I worked with this guy for years. Anyway, I know a guy, man. He got his engineering degree and became a, construction engineer guy that handles materials, whatever. Doesn't matter. But he did a Masonic retirement home thing. And he got contracted to build this thing. And I'm like, hey, man, did they do a bunch of like weird stuff when you guys were laying the cement and bricks? And he goes, fucking A, yeah, they did. I'm like, they put like all these weird cornerstones and shit everywhere. Yeah. He goes, dude, man, it's really weird. I'm like, yeah, that's kind of what they do. They come out and make sure that shit has some kind of weird hex on it or whatever. I don't know, whatever they believe in, man. I don't know, but might have been just one of those, man. They're going to come down and it was a Masonic building. So they put their stamp on it, man. There you go. Or, it might have been a former lodge. Maybe, I don't know. But
My
yeah,
best friend's grandpa was in the Masons
lodge.
too.
I've seen former lodges become restaurants, become
yeah,
many different libraries. So, like, if it's not a Freemason lodge now, it was.
And they've been around since before the forming of this country, at least America here. I don't know where most of you guys are in America, I think. But yeah, I mean, it's Freemasons everywhere, man. I've met, I don't know, a dozen or so in the last 4 or 5 years. They're out there, man. Yeah, they got their weird handshakes and their weird aprons and their weird little ceremonies and their weird little. It's all creepy shit to me, man.
But it's just guys being dudes.
So if I got to a flat earth meeting, we all had to sit around a globe and like piss on it. I'd be like,
guys,
that actually might be kind of fun, but I don't want to like. I'm not like into pissing on globes, but
I don't really get the point of that meeting.
We could do it once for a laugh, but I don't want to.
Fellowship.
Anyway, I cut you guys off completely. I had a piff. I'm sorry. A piff is short for an epiphany. So if I piff, just piff. I just had a piff. It's like a fart, but it's like instead of, if you have an epiphany, sometimes you just have to roll, man. And you cut people off while you're talking, but it's all coming out of my brain all at the same time. So, you know what I'm saying?
You're speaking in tongues.
I'm speaking in tongues. That's a whole weird thing, man. I'm not even close to any level like that, man. I'm not having it. No, man, I love objective reality, man. I don't know if you guys are into that, but objective reality is you're cutting a piece of wood on a table saw. Your focus is going to be 100% on that blade. You're not going to guess where the blade is. You are going to fucking know where that blade is while it's spinning at fucking 3,000 RPM. You're going to know. You're going to pay attention. Your focus shifts. It doesn't matter what somebody could be shooting at you. You're still going to pay attention to that fucking blade that's going through the saw there, and you're pushing your hand through it. And it's a focus that it's a dire situation if you're not focused, man. It's gonna be bad, and you have to really kind of have your wits about you, and you can't be hammered. And, it might be a little stone. Sometimes that works for some guys. I know a lot of stoners that cut shit that they still got all their fingers. That's good. Cool. But that's objective reality, man. I'm paying attention to that saw blade. I'm paying attention to what I'm living on. I'm seeing what's going on. I took a look, went to the ocean, went to the mountains, went to the desert. Look. I can see way too far, man. I see mountains I shouldn't see, man. 120 miles away. No. I shouldn't see those mountains. I know that. They're not that tall.
They're just so tall.
Mm-mm. But if you did the Pythagorean theorem with Brian Mullen, man, you're going to be able to figure out. They tell us, they gave us the numbers, man. That's their burden at this point, man. It's their.
Well, they
the
gave you
ball's in
shitty
their
numbers.
court,
Why do
man.
they use flawed numbers? Why don't they get some new numbers to work with that work for them?
They kind of messed up the numbers, man. They went a little short. They should have went. They should have went 10 times as big. Damn it! One pond. What's up? One big pond. He's in the chat. Spot on.
Yeah, how you doing, flat up dude, man? Wicked.
Hey, here in Japan.
GBR one hiding in the corner there.
Here in Japan. I tell you, I'm the only black man that's a flat earther. The only black man that's a flat earther. In Japan. I'm kidding. What's up, brother? You all right?
Just got back. Yeah, I'm all right. I'm all pumped up from exercising. Just exerted some muscular
You're
force.
one of the healthiest people I know, Jen. By far, you're one of the
Thank you
healthiest.
very much for that.
You're amazing, dude.
Dedication, got to be dedicated to yourself.
This guy's
you can't
clown.
be dedicated to anything.
Jen, I don't know if you guys know, but I'll brag about you a little bit. But you've climbed Mount Fuji a handful of
14 times, man.
How many?
14.
14, baby. He said 13. Fuck that. I'm going 14. Piss off.
Go
That
14.
mountain. That mountain. I'm going to get up there and see the wonderful, beautiful flat Earth.
Yeah.
Now
the last two attempts ended in disappointment because we had a typhoon, so they wouldn't let us climb the mountain when I arrived. And then the very last time, it was heavy rain, wind, and fog. So I got a third of the way up, but it took longer than usual, and everybody was coming down. So they said, "Be careful." So I came down with the last group. I went camping straight after that. Straight after that climb, I went camping. So I had a little bit of
There you go, man. Sweet, man. All right, well.
Yeah. So I climbed into the summit 12
14 times, man.
12 times summit.
You summited 14 times, right? Or no?
I summited 12 times.
12
out
times.
of 14
Okay, got you.
attempts.
And I'm tracking 12.
Attempts.
I can do math, people. I can do math. My goodness, I am a flat earther.
But I went there 14 times, and I was on the mountain. But two occasions, we weren't allowed to go up past the 5th station because the typhoon was coming, you see, so no one can go up. People have lost their lives.
Yeah, you don't want to do that, man. No. You want to go up on
obviously not.
sunny, clear day. Fuck, no storm. No, it's not worth it.
But I have experienced the storm on the mountain, man, and it's like someone's continuously leaning on your rucksack from the top, pushing you back as you're trying to go up. It's fucking hellish.
It's not fun, man. No.
No, it's not fun. Now, I did about 2.5 hours.
You know what is
upward ascending up 2.5 hours of pure wind, rain, and fog for 2.5 hours. Everyone I met was coming down.
Damn, dude. That's what makes you Jin from Japan. Dude.
That's the one, man.
There's only one Jin in Japan.
Keep it going, man.
That's it.
But the last group that came down said they didn't go up. I thought, okay, I may as well come back down then. No point.
So
there's to get up. But I went straight camping.
There's 3 flat earth. Well, there's 2 flat earthers and a truther in Japan that I know of. The 2 flat earthers are you and
Flat Earth Banjo,
right? And Banjo.
Right on. Yep, bang on, man.
And you guys have never hooked up ever.
No.
Why not?
Busy lifestyles.
What?
Busy lifestyles. Distances
Is it
involved.
distance? Is he too far from you?
It's
How far?
distance. It's distance. Yeah. No, it's mile. You're talking a couple 100 miles at least to get to
Only
where
100
he is.
miles. Fuck off. Come on.
No, a couple of hundred.
200. All right, 200. You guys could do each 100 each way, man, and meet in the middle somewhere, man.
Yeah, I suppose so.
It would be a great meetup. Anyway, the Colbert report. The Colbert report. He's in Japan.
Oh, he's in Japan. Yeah, I like that guy. Yeah.
He's not a flat earther per se. He's a truther. I'll give him super truther, right? But he would never admit on his channel that he's a flat earther. Never.
No
fucking way.
But he's intelligent enough to work out the anomalies in the heliocentric model to know that it's not there.
Of course he is, right?
It's not
yeah. So I'm gonna, and I've heard him kind of here and there, man. He'll say something that it's kind of a
positive towards the flow. Yeah, a little hint.
It's weird, man. So yeah. Anyway, but he always had the globe in the back of his screen there, man.
That did bother
he's
me
had
as
the
well.
fucking globe spinning back there, man. I'm like, dude, really? It's too bad, man. He's talking about some good stuff, man. 9/11.
Did you notice how he changed his hairstyle? He became a peanut head. He became a peanut head, didn't he?
Coco 19 bullshit. Yeah. But I noticed that the globe is gone. The last couple videos I watched of his, man, the globe is gone. The globe has disappeared.
Yeah, I started watching him years ago, and then towards this pandemic and all the censorship, he was moving on to another medium, I think, because they were censoring him. He said.
Oh yeah. He got like the rest of us. Some of us got either kicked off of YouTube or we're not. I am not promoted on YouTube at all, man. Even if I start.
Yeah, I heard you the other day complaining.
I'm like, dude, I'm totally shadow banned, man. 100%. I mean, I don't know. They got my number. They hate me.
Yeah, they're soft in you, man.
But they can't get rid of me, man. I'm not going anywhere. Keep on fight, man. Speaking of fighting,
keeping on is what we say. Keep on keeping on, man.
Speaking of fighting, man. Hey, gallon of gas every month, but
Yeah, that's right. Very fugal, Ginnis. Fugal. Sip, sip, sip.
It was 666 for you today? Oh, fuck off. No.
No, I said sip, 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 sip. My car
okay.
sips the fuel. Fuel was sipping. No, I don't use the car that much anyway.
Right.
I'm using the bicycle and the buggy. You know, the buggy with the bike trailer.
Yep.
All my movement at the moment is very local. So if I'm going to go long distances, then I'll use the car. But I'm keeping it very economically tight at the moment.
Economically tight, man. And that's kind of what's happening right now. Since you brought up economically tightening the belt, gas prices here in California, I don't know, it's close to it's over $6 ish for the $6 a gallon.
Here it's a gallon, right? I was going to say here it's $1.40 for a liter of regular.
And it's 4 liters for a gallon, right?
That's in America. It's 3 something, isn't it? Yeah.
3 something, right?
Yeah. The American gallon is a rip-off. You want the British Imperial lovely gallon, 5 liters.
Yeah.
I remember I was shocked when I looked it up.
You wait, Jeff.
The American gallon, man. What a rip-off.
Dude, California is the worst, man. They totally stick it to us out here, man. 100%. There's no place to get stuck harder than California, man. We pay the highest gas, highest rent, highest tax. Hey, it's fucked. I mean, California is definitely expensive, man. Hopefully I can continue to afford it, but you never know, man. There might be a day I'm not going to make it, man. If inflation keeps going away, it's going, man. Inflation's kind of really been It's been hard, man. I've been seeing these, just regular stuff, loaf of bread, whatever, can of soup. Everything's jumped in price, man. It's not my imagination. I've gone out and checked it. I've actually purchased food, cost a lot more than it did, 2 years ago.
Yeah, things are going up. So you just got to reduce your needs.
Right.
As soon as that happens, cut down on everything, cut back.
We got to cut back, and then we're going to hit that thing called a recession or depression. I don't know. I don't know what's
Both.
next.
It's a recession and a depression.
It might be both. We just went through.
You get compressed and then you're depressed.
Dude, we just went through 2 years of fucking cocoa nightmare bullshit, man. It's been ridiculous, man. I mean,
well, here it's been nice in that we didn't have a lockdown and no one was whacking you on the trunk on your head with a truncheon to put your mask on. None of that happened here, so
right.
Lucky,
And
fishing, cycling, hiking, all that stuff was doable, no problem.
Well, Jen, you were out there educating the people.
Absolutely. That's
100%.
exactly that. And not only that was I educating, we were rolling up laughing because you're seeing people done up like the Michelin man with all the winter togs. Jin's got shorts, t-shirts, lycra, saying, I'm not scared of the virus. And we're just laughing, because we both look ridiculous.
Laughing, man. I laughed. We were laughing at that COVID-19 stuff, man.
You know when you're in stitches and you can't breathe properly.
Yeah. But I can't laugh away fucking $6 gasoline, man. You know what I mean?
Well, I know what you mean in that sense. I mean that's why I reduced using the car. I just said, right, bang, I'm not using the car now.
Yep.
I don't want to pay those prices.
Right.
So,
I mean that.
Yeah, I'm not going to pay those.
Because it's a hoax.
Yeah, so I'm using the battery charger more now because the car's not being used. So obviously your battery energy level drops. So I'm charging up the battery whilst I'm not using the car. That's for sure. Keeping the car battery so I can at least not have a flat battery when I want to go out.
Well, I think the electric car people, they're sitting around. I mean, there's thousands of electric cars out here now, Jen.
Yeah, I can imagine it now.
Tens of thousands. There might be tens of thousands. There's a shitload, right?
It's all by fucking design, isn't it? Yeah. I hate them. I don't like them at all.
But there's literally thousands of them on the road now. And they're all sitting there going, fucking, I told you I spent $60,000 on this Tesla. And now I don't have to pay for gas. You guys suck, but the electric bill.
On the electric
bill's going to go up too, man. You guys don't. You guys can laugh now.
More than you would normally.
So the electric bill's going to go through the roof, man.
Yes. Let's see how your car is in a couple of years' time. Yeah. Your batteries that are running down cost an arm and a leg and a left testicle for a new battery in that car.
Hey, you know what? Yeah, it costs more for a new battery than a new car.
Than the car.
Yeah. So they suck you in. You pay $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 for a Tesla. Yeah. And then, to change the batteries, man, it costs you $30,000. And you're like,
there are some smart, smart people out there who make their own fuel. There are people out there who are making their own fuel anyway. So
hey, I watched Jen back in the day. I watched an entire documentary on these guys that make the fuel from the cooking oil grease.
That's right. I've still got the videos, man. I've got them all.
And they filter this stuff, and they're able to put it into their diesel engine, man.
And it just runs like a dream. Yeah, there was one that did from east to west across the US.
Yeah,
right on it was a Mercedes Benz hatchback and they used the oil from the restaurants going in and just sucking it all up. Yeah, man.
Yeah. I remember that.
All up and cleaned it up. They cleaned it up with lye and another lye and something else. They mixed it up. It took 4 days for it to clean up, and then they filtered it in, put it into their car.
Right.
All costing them. Guess how much it cost? $10.
Not, yeah, nothing, right?
$10
Yeah.
for like untold liters of oil. Mm.
So
The
yeah,
man
I
at
mean,
the
there's some
top, the
effort
guy at the top
involved.
was happy because it was costing him a lot of money for it to be collected by the municipality, yeah? But because they were coming up, he was happy. He goes, yeah, you can have it, man. Yeah, here's a $10. Thanks a lot. God.
There was here in America, man, we had this thing called prohibition. They stopped people from making alcohol.
That's right. I remember it very well, yeah.
And then or drinking it. Even drinking it. You couldn't even drink it, man.
The
It was
speakeasies.
so bad.
Yeah, going into the old speakeasies, wasn't it?
It's so bad, right? So yeah, they told me, yeah, they make it underground. They make a criminal enterprise out of making it illegal. But if it was legal, man, then we could all, dude. I can turn my grass cuttings into fucking gasoline, bro.
Yeah, yeah, you
I
could.
can do it. It doesn't matter what it is, whatever kind of vegetation you throw at me, I can distill it down to alcohol, bro. I don't give a fuck what. I mean, I'm gonna have better.
What you should be doing is doing that anyway. You should be doing that anyway.
I'm gonna have better success with like corn or something that's gonna have a lot more sugar content. But even the grasses on my front lawn cuttings can be distilled into alcohol, man.
Yeah.
Like,
Suddenly your front lawn's looking a bit bald where you've been cleaning it up. You can't. What's happened to all your grass?
if you know what you're doing.
My car's drinking it up.
So yeah, they made that illegal. So we can't make our own fuel. If I was to be able to distill something down to, 200 proof, 180, 150 proof, I could burn that in an engine all day long, man. That's good fuel. It's clean. Super
Clean, isn't it? Yeah.
fuel, man. Alcohol is
It's cleaner than the
so
stuff
clean, man.
Well, it's the cleanest, isn't it? That's the cleanest.
It's one of the cleanest, yeah, absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
But they won't let us
Yeah.
make our own fuel. How dare you? Oh no. So they make that illegal. Thanks.
You can even do it with cattails. There's apparently a lot of starch in a cattail, which makes them like even edible.
Yeah,
like a potato. But you can use it to make alcohol and put the alcohol in your gas tank.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, man. Whatever, man. Whatever will
potato
distill, whatever I can get to distill down. Yeah, but I need a nice big still is what I need, man. Damn it, 20 gallon would be good. But I'd be happy with 5 gallon. I'm fine. I'm not greedy. 5 gallons still. That's all I need, man. I'm making some grass cuttings gasoline. You want some? It's only $22 a gallon. Oh no, I don't know what it would cost. I mean, if you had the still and you had the fire,
that's expensive.
Yeah, it would be expensive. But I mean, if you could gather the wood to burn the fire, and then gather the water and necessary ingredients, like whatever, grass cuttings, then you can distill that into something, man. Guaranteed, man. But
one aspect of this that I think is greatly underlooked, I mean, not that it makes that big of a difference, because, with how efficient our cars are, the air pollution isn't so bad unless you're in like Los Angeles or China or something.
Right.
But, what's great is that when you're having a car that runs off pure alcohol instead of regular gasoline, which you can switch around the engines just slightly. I think there's just one primary component you got to switch around. Right. It makes it so you can go off that as opposed to just 30% alcohol, 70% gasoline. But the great thing is that it, there's, as far as I know, there's absolutely no particulates that would cause like smog. Like it's just carbon dioxide and water, and that's it when you burn alcohol.
I'll say it's the cleanest burning fuel that probably man knows of, man. I mean, it's got to be close. If it's not the first, it's probably in the top 3, I would think, man, for sure. I mean, Maybe hydrogen burns cleaner. I don't know. Hydrogen's cool. I mean, I was always a proponent of hydrogen. When I learned the technology, I was like, hey, man, that's a pretty good idea.
I think it's almost the same effect, really. Like, I think the only difference is when you're burning hydrogen, you get water coming out of the tailpipe, and that's it. And then when you're burning alcohol, it's just water and carbon dioxide.
I would think I'd call that a tie in my book, but it's got to be close to 1 and 2 right there, probably.
Pretty much.
Yeah, pure alcohol or hydrogen. Pick your poison, man. I can make both right here in my garage, by the way. Without a doubt, man. It's not that complicated, man. Distilling shit is pretty straightforward, man. You just got to keep an eye on the temperature in your boiler, man. You don't want that too hot. You want to keep it steady boiling, right? Once those boiling vapor gases pass their way through that nice cool copper tube, and it kind of just eventually starts dripping out the other end. What a beautiful thing, man. When you stand there and see that beautifully fire, not only can you fucking put it in your engine, but you can drink it and it will definitely change your attitude. It's one of my favorite inventions of all time. Distilling it's got to be up there with the electric motor. Both of those are amazing. Thank you, distilling and electric motor. Tesla, apparently. I mean, that's what they tell us, but the electric motor is by far the greatest industrial tool that you could ever invent. It has done more for construction than anything I can think of. Anyway, I'm piffing, sipping a little vino over here. Temperature's pretty moderate here, not bad. Mid 50s Fahrenheit. So yeah, burn your own alcohol. That would be nice if we could all do that, man. Make our own alcohol, to drive our own cars. That would be cool, man. There's enough vegetation around them. Make it happen. Believe me.
It really does seem silly, just even the two aspects of how, you can't collect your own rainwater and drink your own rainwater, but you can use it to garden, as far as I know. You take your own rainwater that you collect and put it on your garden. You can't, shower with it or drink it or whatever. Collect it for that reason.
Right.
But it's the same thing with this alcohol. Like you can't produce your own crops, make it into alcohol, and put it in your own gas tank without a license.
Right. You can't do it, man. It's illegal. I mean, how ridiculous is that, man? It's like, really? It's one of the greatest sciences of all time, and you're gonna deny me my great science. Thanks, assholes. Fuck off. I hate when they do that, man. That's inhibiting people from being creative, and I fucking hate that, man. If you're stopping somebody from being creative, man, you suck. And you just have to call them out, man. I got no other weapons, man. I can call them out and say, you're an asshole for doing that. I mean, this guy wants to make his own gasoline. And no, you can't do that, man. If he blows himself up doing it, man, that's his fault, man. He got greedy or something, or lazy, or I don't know, man. But why stop a guy from doing anything, man? He wants to. But there's, you can't have rape and robbery and shit like that. But you should be able to make your own fuel, man. I saw a kid in Africa, man, made his own windmill. Figured out, found some scrap wire and shit and some magnets and created a charging station. He made his own windmill and the batteries, and he was able to charge the people's cell phones or whatever. out there in the middle of the fucking nowhere. I don't know if you guys, I've been to middle of nowhere, man. I don't know if you guys have ever been there, man. But for hundreds of miles in every direction, there's, it's just like nothing. It's a crazy place to be, man. Hundreds of miles in every direction. There ain't shit. You don't see shit, man. There's no man-made structures except for the road I was on. That was it. It's crazy, man. A place called Death Valley here in California. One of the most desolate places you'll ever go. You can see 100 miles in every direction. And you can't see a fucking building. It's crazy. Awesome place, man, if you ever get a chance.
So there's not very much life in Death Valley?
No, I don't think there is, man. There's birds certain times of the year, I would think. No, there is life everywhere, man. Even out there, man, there's a shitload of life. There's little shrubbery trees. I think they call it chaparral out here. Anyway, the trees don't grow very high. Anyway, if you got water, man, you can grow anything anywhere, man. If you have to control the temperature, it doesn't matter, man. You can grow anything anywhere if you have water. I love it. Water's amazing, man. Shout out to water, man. Without water, we can't make alcohol. Damn it. Damn.
Water, the elixir of life. Water, yes. My favorite.
Hey,
without
Jin.
water, my bong doesn't work.
Hey, Jin, man, what was that? What was that Japanese guy's name that did the water molecule experiments?
Yeah, I can't remember his name, but I know who you mean, though. Yeah.
Do you remember that guy?
He used to talk to his water. He used to talk to the water, man.
He talked to the water and then took pictures of the water when he was happy at it or mad or whatever, right? Water is
wasn't one of the things he did, or is this a different guy who would take positive, negative, and neutral words and write them on a piece of paper and tape it to the side of the container?
That's the same
I think
guy.
that's the same guy, man. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Japanese guy. That's why I brought it up, because Jin's in Japan. I figured he would know.
Well,
But
I can't remember who he is now. I've forgotten him.
His name, yeah. Anyway, it was many years ago I watched that.
Yeah, he was very popular in 2016.
Yeah.
2015, 2016, when the flat Earth movement was moving, he was really there. He was always on there. Recommended. Man, talk about recommendations back in the day. I can only dream. I wish it was the same today. I would not have found all you guys without recommendations. Right? Yep.
Jen?
That's right.
Right? I mean, think about it. I mean, we all hopped on a Hangout or live stream or Discord, whatever. And we all started just talking to each other, man, like human beings.
Yeah, it was all being recommended. I thought, what's this flat Earth stupidness? Get out of here.
What's this flat Earth shit? What is this? What is that? So yeah, the realization you've been I don't know. I like the word hoodwinked.
Yeah, hoodwinked.
It's a very American thing. Is it English?
Yeah, it's cool. You've been hoodwinked, man.
You've been hoodwinked. Once you go, oh shit, I got hoodwinked. Damn, ain't that a bitch?
You've been bamboozled. You've been bamboozled, man.
Bamboozled. There you go. Same thing. Same, different name.
Yeah.
People got bamboozled with many different operations of bamboozling, by the way. Not just flat Earth, man. The list is huge. But the problem is, man, is once you come to flat Earth, man, all the other ones just like go right. It makes sense. It makes a lot more sense. At least I process it better than because of flat Earth. I process it quicker, and I can see through the bullshit faster. Right? That's why we're here, man. See through the bullshit faster. And every day we come in here and these globers go, no refraction, gravity, and then I'm going to have a little bit of, bendy, flat water curve thing. And I'm like, what?
No. I've never seen it. It's stick in the head, man.
They make shit up, man, and they can't back it up. And that's the cool thing, man. They can't back it up. And in my world, man, if you can't back it up with results, man, you're fucked. And because I build shit, and at the end of the day, man, shit has to get built. And if it ain't built, then
Yeah, if you can't
it
back
ain't
it
right.
up, you're lower than the belly of a snake. You're lower than the belly of a snake.
Exactly. Either it gets built or it don't. So that's objective reality, man.
Either it gets measured or it doesn't.
That's it. Right down to it, man. 100%. You measure that shit or it doesn't get done, man. Or you can't measure it. But, every day, man, I have to measure something. Every fucking day. Millimeters, inches, thousands, whatever. Whatever it is, man. I have to measure something every day. And I have to trust those measurements to get my job done. I have to trust them, man. And if you can't trust the measurements, man, you'll have doubts. And I've seen guys, cutting 45s here, there, fitting some kind of piece of granite or wood, whatever it might be, man. And you got to trust those measurements and cut it. Physically cut it. I mean, it's not going to cut itself. You have to lay out the straight line, and cut it. Or curved line. And if you're building a guitar, man, you got to cut a lot of fucking curvy lines, man.
A lot of curvy lines there, yeah.
Lots of curvy lines.
Unless it's a square Japanese
fuck
guitar. That's a square.
You are cutting curvy lines from here to the moon, man, on some of these guitars that I build, man. You just, fuck. It's this, that. I mean, there's so many angles you're looking at. Measurements prove that I can do it. My hands prove that I can do it. I don't know what else I can do, man.
What about when you were tuning up the piano? Stringing the piano, man. That was brilliant. That was
stringing a piano, man. Whatever. I mean,
I watched that. That was
I
brilliant.
can string pianos.
Yeah.
Yes, these are physical things I can test and do myself, but this bendy water thing, man, has got me it's gotten under my skin. The skin.
The thing about the piano
the human body is 70% water.
The piano can't work on a globe because you can't hear it. The sound doesn't travel around corners. There you go. Even the piano proves flat Earth.
I saw they took a keyboard up to the ISS International Space Station.
Yeah.
Did you ever see I've seen flutes, guitars up there. They got guitars and flutes and keyboards and
bastards, you know what I mean?
Fuck off. They actually did a live stream music thing.
Yeah. I remember that.
They have more musical instruments than scientific instruments.
You actually you're right about that. I like that.
That's right, actually.
Yeah,
so they lifted out the pool.
The ISS is full of musical instruments, man, floating around up there. Just just
And then
to,
the,
I want to remind everybody that your tax dollars are going to that some. It's $10,000 a pound, but today is probably $25,000 a pound. But per pound.
what about the football shirts?
The what?
That they have
Oh,
out?
the football shirts. Oh, fuck yes, Jen, you're a genius. So the Patriots were playing in the Super Bowl, right? And they just happened to have the two teams that were playing in the Super Bowl. They were wearing their jerseys, man. But the last shipment was like way before the playoffs. That means
That's
they must
right.
have shipped up every single fucking jersey from every team that was going to make the playoffs, months before. But yet they had those two jerseys up in the ISS, the two teams that are playing in the Super Bowl. And you're telling me you just found those jerseys laying around and you just happen to, sport those jerseys, baby. Are you kidding me?
And remember, it's $1 million a pound, everything they send up there.
Back in the day, I heard it was $10,000 a pound, but I could be, my inflation numbers could be very similar to the guy in Austin Powers where he said $1 million. I could be off by that amount of factor.
It's either that or it's rigged. It's definitely rigged, and they knew who was going to win already. Already decided. Yeah.
Well, I mean,
So they had to send many pounds of shirts.
They must have sent like 16 jerseys, something like that. Yeah,
That's $16 million worth of T-shirts. What do you think about that?
$16 million. Each one weighs about a pound. They're heavy, man. Those jerseys ain't fucking light, and that shit's like made to last and take a punishment, man. They're not.
Yeah.
Cheap ass.
There's themselves in the foot every single time. I mean, those jerseys, man.
So yeah, there's $16 million worth of jerseys.
God bless America.
God bless the capitalist cucks, fucking dicks that created this stupid fucking ridiculous.
They took your $16 million and they never ever left Earth's surface. Remember that, guys.
Yeah, it took $16 million to get into the studio.
Dude.
Yeah.
I want to charter a fucking 747. I want to charter a 747 and take all of you guys, everybody that we can, every flat earther there is, 500 of them. Or Globey, whatever you are, man. And I just want to fly around the world for like a week, okay?
Yeah.
We want to go over the North Pole, the South, the whatever. I want to go east, west, north. Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to go everywhere, right?
Go straight out.
It's gonna cost. It's gonna cost